additions, deletions, amendments? Hearing none, entertain a motion for approval.
Motion to approve as amended.
Second.
Call for the question.
Vierra,
Yes.
Creighton,
Yes.
Vineyard,
Yes.
Raymond,
Yes.
Price.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mr. Vineyard.
Yeah, I just did that in order to make the motion, Mayor.
Okay.
Ceremonial matters.
Okay. Mr. Heyer, if you'll join me down front, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, we have a new city clerk, Mr. Don Heyer, and he was formerly a member of our CDRC committee, and he is now off of there and jumping into the fire here with the city council and all that. So we wanted to present a certificate of appreciation to Donald Heyer III for his dedication and service to the city of Atwater as Community Development and Resources Commissioner. So Don, on behalf of all of us and here at the city, we appreciate your service to your community and your continued service here as our city clerk. Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Presentations. Monthly verbal report by Merced County District Supervisor McDaniel.
Mayor Price, Council, thank you very much. I think maybe on this presentation I'd like to have Chief Pimentel come up here with me as well because he's been involved in a lot of this. Well, I do have to say the good news is the weather forecast through Wednesday is dry. However, a series of storms to bring back moderate and heavy rainfall beginning Thursday into at least Monday. It's important for residents to use this short break in the rainfall to prepare for the next weather system. Clean out gutters, culverts, prepare sandbags if necessary, sign up Merced County Emergency Alert System. I had a lot of people tell me that the alert system worked very well over this past weekend. There was a few alerts at 2:30 in the morning. It had to do with the LeGrand area, but at least we know that it's working and we were alerting everybody. We might have to look at maybe zip code direct to find out what's going on. At least you could call some of your folks who hadn't signed up if you had friends in LeGrand. With more wet weather on the way, we'd like to remind everybody to follow all emergency signage, don't drive in flooded roadways, and look out for yourself and your neighbors. The Merced County Office of Emergency Services Emergency Operations Center is activated right now, will remain activated until conditions improve. Our focus right now is on public safety, protecting personal property, and maintaining infrastructure. One thing I want to do is do a really big thank you for a coordinated effort. Chief Pimentel's here right now. I think he pulled probably how many hour shift? 72-hour shift probably. As you can see, he looks a little tired right now. But the big thank you goes to coordinated effort by CAL FIRE, Merced County Sheriff's Office, Merced Irrigation District, and our Public Works Department in Merced County. We were able to divert a much bigger problem. CAL FIRE was very good with working with Merced Irrigation District, identifying a lot of the problem areas way before they ever became problems. And them with MID diverting water to other areas, we were able to offset a lot of the problems that we had. Chief Pimentel, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, we just want to let people know that we're out there being positive. We're trying to make sure that people are prepared, making sure that you have your belongings prepared. If you live near these waterways, you're going to see an increase. They're working through about releasing some of this water to the dams. We're going to see an increase in those waterways, and we're going to be out there meeting with people constantly. We're giving them packets so that they know what's going on. We've actually split the county with the encompassing cities into different branches, so we have different people out there constantly monitoring these waterways. We've gotten a lot of assistance from all the agencies that Supervisor McDaniel spoke about. We also have the cities of Merced, Livingston, Dos Palos, Los Banos. So it's a big group of individuals working together to protect the citizens of the county, cities of Atwater, Merced City, and so forth. So just be aware, we're not out there trying to scare anybody, we're just letting you know what's going on. So if you do see those waterways start to increase, it's what we're doing right now. We have a few days to try to get those dam levels down, and then in the next next week, you'll see a series of about 3 storms that will be coming through. The first initial portion of that storm is about a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch we'll see down in the valley floor, and then the Friday is going to be the more increased level of water will be about an inch, inch and a half that we'll be seeing coming through here. That's our major day that we're looking at, and then therefore it'll be about a 1/2 inch to a 1/4 inch through the duration of the storms. I think there's multiple of 3 storms that will be going through the area through up until next Wednesday. But again, we think information is power, so we're out there giving you the packets. Everbridge system worked wonderful, and we did get people from other areas that got evacuation notices. They just called. If you have doubts, the fire department is a great course of action. You'll see SO has been out there helping as well. So again, if you have any questions, I'm free to answer after the meeting. And do I have anything for you, Council and I?
Anything for Chief Pimentel? If there's one thing I would like to mention, I've seen a lot of the trees in the area here with the heavy winds that come through with these storms. A lot of them are falling down and that type of thing. Have you had any incidences where they have taken down power lines, active power lines?
We've had several. You can probably think there's a variety of several different types of incidents. The ground is so saturated right now. We're talking about a 100-year storm. I think the last time, the one I was just dealing with was at the Mariposa Reservoir. It actually poured over, and it hasn't poured over since 1955. So you're talking about a storm that we're all not familiar with. So we're trying to gather that intel. We're trying to figure those things out. You will see these situations where the ground is so saturated, the trees are falling out of the ground, vice versa, other things. We're trying to get out there and render aid as soon as possible. Like Supervisor McDaniel said, we have the EOC fully activated. It's meeting daily with all of the players in there. So we're making sure that we're addressing all the needs of the public.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that, like in certain other parts of the country, when trees take down power lines, stay away. You don't know whether they're active, full of electricity or not.
Power line.
Yeah.
That's PG&E's.
There you, yeah,
MIT.
there you, yeah. Okay, thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. And he also mentioned the Mariposa Creek flooding and the Mariposa. So the integrity is still there with the dam. The Mariposa Dam is still fully functioning. There aren't gates on there, so we cannot control the flows. It just slows down the flows. And the previous weather system did bring some significant impacts to the county, particularly to the LeGrand area, which is affected by Mariposa Creek, where about 25 homes were voluntarily evacuated as precautionary measure due to flooding. The issue was caused by heavier than normal flows along the Mariposa Creek. A large volume of water in the Mariposa Reservoir resulted in significant flows of water going over the dam spillway. The important note is the dam has not been compromised. Water went over the dam spillway as designed. There are no floodgates, and that can be controlled on the dam. And as he said, this is the first time the spillway has been used since 1950s. The floodwaters have receded in the LeGrand area. We do have informational resources available to residents of both Merced County website and the affected area that will continue to provide support impacted by the flooding. Reservoir summaries. So we have a series of 6 flood control facilities in eastern Merced and Mariposa counties. These are Mustang, Castle, Bear, Burns, Owens, and Mariposa. Mustang and Castle control drainage in the northeastern Merced County. Burns, Bear, Owens, and Mariposa reservoirs protect Merced County from drainage in basins located primarily in Mariposa County. And if you watched the news, you saw that Mariposa County was hit very, very hard, and they had a lot of issues there. Well, as a result, that all ended up in Merced County about a day and a half later. There are other facilities such as Los Banos Reservoir, San Luis, and Exchequer that do provide flood protection, but also function as water storage facilities. The levels of these reservoirs will continue to fluctuate as additional storm impacts come in. We have heard that there's going to be additional releases from our reservoirs, so that's something that we have to pay particular attention to. So all of our tributaries flowing into the San Joaquin River will be impacted heavily. So if you look at the confluence there where the Merced River goes into the San Joaquin River, which is Newman, but it also affects Stevenson, Hillmar, and Gustine areas. You got to remember we do have a flow coming from the west side as well with Oristimba Creek and some of the creeks over there. A good way to keep in contact is to sign up for emergency services there at the county. It works. Another way, if you follow Twitter at Merced County, that was a fantastic way. They were keeping us update at all times instantaneously. And also follow us on Facebook at Merced County, another one. So social media was the hub of all information on this, and I think it's good for us all to sign up and be a part of that. Also, I want to announce that I will be having a grant writing workshop Thursday, March 16th at the Castle Commerce Center. As you know, these fill up fast and sell out, so I would recommend them reaching out. They can find that on our website or contacting me direct. Also, we do have the job fair coming April 5th. That'll be at Veterans Hall here in Atwater. It's a second year in a row we've been able to have a job fair here in the city. We tend to have them in Merced and bigger areas, so by the suggestion of Councilman Raymond, I pushed for the effort, and this is the second year in a row we're going to have that. Also, the Small Business Development Corporation will be doing a World Trade Zone training. I believe that's going to be in May. We're going to do that at the Castle Commerce Center as well. This will be for small businesses to learn how to take advantage of that. They'll also be able to talk about the hub zone and training on that as well. And also, we have our mobile district office. I always like to mention that. That's the fourth Thursday of each month from 1:30 to 3:30. Any questions?
Any questions for Supervisor McDaniel from the council? Daron, if you could you give us an update on Deidre Kelsey's current condition? That was a pretty horrific incident.
Absolutely. It'd be my pleasure. Her and I actually spoke on the phone last week for about an hour. She is doing fantastic. I'm glad to report. She still is has some recovery from her second-degree burns, but her spirits are high and she is doing very well. Thank you for asking. I'll pass it on, Mayor, that you asked about her.
Please do. Yeah, and I think it's of note that this was a tragedy without question, but it underscores the importance. And I know we're going back into December, but when you have that fireplace and you have a Christmas tree and it's dried out inside the house, man, be careful. Keep them apart from each other. It can have nasty results, as I'm sure Deidre will attest to. So, okay. Are we going to get some cold patch or something out there at the entrance at Castle?
Department of Public Works is very overloaded right now.
I'm sure they are.
So they are working at it, and in fact, I did make a request. I got a call from somebody as well. So
yeah, you're going to lose a Bonneville down some of them holes there.
Yeah, our director has it on his
on
his desk right now. I just don't know where it is as a priority.
Okay, very good. Any other questions, comments for Supervisor McDaniel? Thank you, Daron.
Thank you.
Comments from the public. At this time, any person may comment on any item which is not on the agenda. Please state your name and address for the record. Action will not be taken on an item that is not on the agenda. If it requires action, it will be referred to staff and/or placed on a future agenda. To comment on an item that is on the agenda, please wait until the item is read for consideration. Please limit comments to a maximum of 5 minutes.
Are there any members of the audience this evening that would like to address the City Council? one? Incredible. Okay, next item.
Consent calendar. Background information has been provided on all matters listed under the consent calendar, and these items are considered to be routine. All items under the consent calendar are normally approved by one motion. If discussion is requested on any item, that item will be removed from the consent calendar for separate action.
Are there any items on the consent calendar any council member would like to remove for separate consideration? Are there any members of the audience that would like to have an item on the consent calendar removed for separate consideration? Wow, we're moving right along here tonight. Okay, in that case, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Call for the question.
Vierra,
Yes.
Vineyard,
Yes.
Raymond,
Yep.
Creighton,
Yes.
Price.
Yes.
Motion passes. Public hearings. Waiving the first reading and introducing ordinance number CS 979, amending Atwater Municipal Code Section 2.04.050, City Manager Powers and Duties.
Okay.
So I guess we are taking this one here today. This is a simple revision to Atwater Municipal Code Section 2.04.050. What has happened here is the city attorney's office was asked to prepare the ordinance that is in front of you here this evening for your consideration, and the major change that is made by this ordinance is to require that the city manager obtain the city council's advice and consent prior to entering into employment agreements with department heads. Previously, the way that the code sits as of right now is that the city manager is free to enter into employment agreements with department heads as he or she sees fit, without interference or any involvement really by the city council. So this is a change that's been requested. So before you is the ordinance for your consideration. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Comments or questions? Mr. Raymond?
Just confirming, this is strictly setting the parameters for the contract and nothing to do with any type of personnel matter, correct?
Well, it would depend on what the contents of the contract are that the city council is providing advice or direction as to. So the way that the city employment agreements have been handled in the past is that the city manager would contact the city attorney's office and say, these are the terms that we want included in a employment agreement with an employee. That contract is then drafted and returned to the city manager, and then the city manager and that employee negotiate the contract and decide upon it. So in terms of whether there would be involvement in any sort of decisions with respect to that employee or personnel actions, it would really depend on what the terms are, because each employee's contract is separately negotiated with those employees. So the employee and the city manager discuss the terms and conditions that are best for them.
Correct, okay. So the city manager deals strictly with the personnel, but we set the parameters and the guidelines of the contents of the contract.
Yes. And with respect to the personnel decisions for all other employees, those are governed by the relationship between the city manager and the employees, not the city council.
Correct.
City council
Okay.
does not get involved in personnel matters.
I just wanted to confirm that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, the one thing I just want to make sure, it's probably just a point of clarification. In essence, what the council is doing then is just acting in an oversight capacity. Would that be safe to say?
Well, the way that it was drafted based upon direction is, let me make sure I'm giving you the specific language.
Well, while you're looking that up, what I don't want to see us doing is, and I think you kind of covered it, was to be a negotiator, basically, is not to do that. But at the same time, you know, I can see us acting in an oversight type of a capacity because, and we've talked about this in the past, where we have had certain department head employees that have gotten rather, how should I say, rather lucrative, beneficial aspects to their contract. So that is the part that I want us to address. That's the role I want to see us playing, is making sure that we're watching out for those dollars that the taxpayers are giving us, or to the city, that is, to ensure that those type of things don't occur again. So would that be safe to say that that's how you read this?
Yes, so I found the language, and the way that it has been written is to say that the city manager, subject to the advice and consent of the city council, may negotiate and enter into employment agreements with the department heads. So the way that I read it and the way that I understand it to have been intended is that the city manager still is the one that negotiates, but the city council is able to give advice and must consent to that contract. So to the extent that you felt that a term was more lucrative or not beneficial to the city, then there would not be consent of the city council, and therefore the contract would not be entered into. Okay. So I do see it as an advisory role, but also as an obligation now that you actually know what the terms are and you consent to those terms before that agreement is validated.
Okay. Mr. Creighton?
You asked the question, and the question was answered correctly and in the right detail I was going to look for, so.
Great.
Okay.
Understand?
All right. Any further discussion? Questions? Okay. Mr. Vineyard?
Yeah, actually, I do. Because it seems to me that at this time, we can already do that. We can simply give direction to the city manager that when he has something coming up, is to get our advice ahead of time. To me, by saying we have to consent to it means we are getting into those obligations, and we are making that final decision. That's taking it away from the city manager, and that's the problem I have with it. If it was to give advice, I wouldn't really have any problem with it, because that just keeps us on board of what's going down. The problem I have with it is saying that we have to consent to it. I think we do that when we give his advice and discuss it with him or her, if we have a new city manager. And they should be able to understand what we're trying to get across and put into place what we want, versus just taking our input and then making their own contract.
Well, I think that's what we're doing. I don't see us being anything more than oversight and the approving of, the one thing, I know where you're going with it, but here's the one thing that I don't want us to do. I don't want us to, number one, I don't want to see any authority or functionality, if you will, be taken away from the city manager. My view is the city manager manages, end of story. And, that involves personnel matters and all that. However, when it comes to these department head type of agreements and contracts, and where we can provide an oversight, a check and balance, if you will, however you want to term it, I really don't have a problem with that. And so if that's the direction we're going, I'm good with that. I just don't, yes, you're right, we are doing that. I think this just kind of validates it, is what I'm seeing at this point anyhow. Unless you see it differently.
I just have a problem with it. I just see it escalating possibly down the road. Maybe not this council, but other councils in the future. And that's kind of what we're setting for. We're setting this precedence, and it's going to affect every city council from this time forward, unless they rescind it. I just think that we can give our advice, but I don't think we necessarily need to get in that far involved where we have to actually consent on it.
Okay.
And I guess it's more of a wording than anything else. It just doesn't sit right with me.
Okay. Mr. Lee, did you have something to contribute? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Eric Lee, 1199 Atwater Boulevard. When I first read this, of course, a question came to my mind. Consent is permission or agreement obtained from someone or something having authority or power. Consent, to give permission. Employment agreements, the city manager, subject to the advice and consent of the city council. I have a problem with the word consent, because what that means is he has somebody in mind for a position, he comes to the city council can say, we're not going to give our consent. That ends it right there. Jim's point was well taken. I can see where the council has far more control than what you're letting on. That word consent implies that. Now, I know there's a legal definition of consent too. We can go into that one later if you'd like. But the way I'm reading this is you are taking power away from your city manager. Now, I've had discussions with a couple of you about reviewing contracts. I understand that. I understand that we've got contracts out there now that are different. Some of them are a little odd. We can't quite figure out why they were written. And I understand why you want to review those contracts before someone is hired and we are obligated to that individual through that contract, or maybe that individual in particular with that contract. We all know the history of where this is coming from as well. But I really believe that we might want to go through this again and look at possibly amending or changing that one particular word in there. So it doesn't appear or doesn't look like or doesn't in reality involve having the city manager getting consent from the city council before he can actively engage someone in putting them into a position such as public works director, police chief, treasurer, finance director, or whatever that position may be. So anyway, that's pretty much all I wanted to bring up on that. I think that pretty much covers what I'm concerned about is that one particular word. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address this item? Okay. Council, any other comments or questions? Mr. Vineyard, what would you say to maybe replacing the word consent with approve? Is it, well...
They're almost synonymous. There's no reason we can't sit down with the contracts ahead of time when we know there's a vacancy with the city manager and say, we'd like this portion, we think this portion should be removed, this portion shouldn't be offered, before he goes forth with it. And there's where your advice comes in. But I don't think we need to, every time he's has a candidate, for him to come before us and then have us consent that candidate, because that's basically what he's going to be doing. And if somebody up here has a burr in their saddle and wishes not to give consent, then what happens to that possible, like you said, that possible future employee? The consent is just a terrible word. Delete it so that we can advise them, and I think that would cover it. I don't think you really need the consent per se.
Mr. Creighton?
Just for clarification, back to the city attorney, this, from what I understand, what I've read, what I was told tonight, this is our fiduciary responsibility that if the city manager does get into an agreement with somebody, we're the last vestion of hope for the citizens of Atwater that we don't get into a big lucrative contract with a good old boy, or it goes both ways. I understand what Jim's saying, but if there's a city manager buddy relationship that sells the city down the road for all these obligations, that, we would be on the hook to pay those financial obligations. And this is just saying, before the contract's validated, the council is okay with it, that it's the council's liability. The city manager selected somebody, negotiated on it, we approve it, then that council's on the hook. Right now, there's agreements that some of them we don't know about, what the obligations are and things like that. Is that correct?
Well, the city is bound to comply with the contracts that it has entered into in the past, and will be bound to abide by the contracts that it enters into the future. What this does is it says that the city manager can no longer enter into an employment agreement with a department head without obtaining the advice and consent of the city council. So it is taking power away from the city manager that the city manager had before. It is also now vesting you with an obligation to understand what's going on and give advice to the city manager, and then ultimately consent or withhold consent to a requested term. And I can just say that...
On the municipal code, though, says that the council ultimately and the mayor signs off on all contracts for the city. So
you would have to go, you start with the general, so there are all contracts, and then you can also go more specific in your terms. That's how we interpret the laws. So there is a specific provision right now, 2.04.050, vests the city manager with the authority to enter into those contracts without any advice or consent of the council.
That's what you just said right there, was without any advice or consent. We'd hope that the city...
You know what,
manager-
let me correct that. The city manager acts in general with the overarching advice of the city council. So does the city manager consult with the city council on various issues regarding departments and things like that? Yes. What the difference here is we're talking about a specific authority, and what has happened in the past is we get a phone call or an email that says, these are the terms we want in a contract. We draft it up, then the city manager and the employee negotiate. Whether the city manager goes and speaks to any city council person, I'm not part of that. So what's happened in the past, I don't know. But what this says is that the city manager must come to the city council and get the advice and consent before entering into a contract.
But pretty much, it still doesn't limit the city manager from recruiting, negotiating, and all that. This is just the final step before the city manager hires someone.
It's the final step before he enters into a contract, because you can hire somebody that doesn't have an employment contract. Most of the
Right, that's what-
employees
yeah,
here
the
do not
contract
have a
part.
contract.
That's all we're focused on, is the contract.
Correct. So before the city manager binds the city to any terms of an employment agreement with a department head, then he or she needs to get the consent of the city council, as written here. Y'all are free to massage the language to what you're comfortable with based on whatever policy decision you want to make. The previous policy as written was that was all left to the city manager. If you adopt this policy, you are now involving the city council in the aspect of approving the contracts.
Thank you.
Ms. Vierra.
I think what we were, when we spoke previously, trying to do was not have any involvement in the personnel portion of this. So I think the intention of the city council here is to look at the numeric value, the monetary value, and those terms of the contract without regards to whose name is on the contract, without becoming involved in any personnel issue. Because if we're to be responsible for the budget and we have someone make a contract far outside of what we've allocated, it's just a system of checks and balances. So I don't think the intention is to give anybody on the city council authority to say, well, you can hire Steve, but you can't hire Susie, and we want Sally. This is simply, I think what we're looking for is the numeric and the monetary value of the contract, and not have anything to do with the personnel. So if Scott wishes to hire someone in the position of clerk 5, we will approve the contract based on, or it's a department head, I understand that, but I'm just trying to, so that we're all on the same thought process here. This is the contract we want to use. This is approved. Now, Scott, you go hire someone based on this contract. Not, we don't like Susie, okay? So it's not the person that we're trying to underwrite, it's the contract. The numeric and the financial portion of the contract, not the name. I don't care. I don't even want to know whose name's on there. but I do want to know what we're spending if I have to put my name on balancing that budget. And there has been many people who have approached me with concerns over the way contracts have been written. And because we're in a time of financial distress right now, and we have to be responsible for those checks and balances, then I think it is important that the city council is responsible for ratifying those contracts on the numeric value and the financial value, not on the name. And I think if it makes it easier to think of it, that contract could be approved prior to Scott ever even presenting it to a person. Just a thought process there. So that would be my intention of this, not in any way getting involved in a personnel issue. And I think that's clearly outlined as well, that we are not to be involved in personnel issues. So that should keep us one rule assisting the other rule and keeping us going down the straight and narrow, but with checks and balances.
Just to be clear, are you saying, like, were you saying like a contract in your mind should be something that would be like a boilerplate type of a thing and then add a name to it, or?
If we have to balance our budget based on a numeric value, then this is the maximum for this position. I don't think a contract should be negotiated, okay, you get this one and you get this one. This is the position and this is what it pays, and these are what we're going to approve. And then if he needs to go, so we can't recruit for that position, then if he needs to go and add additional items to that contract to make us more appeasable, to draw more people in, then come back to us and tell us what you want to spend. We can't just give a checkbook or give a blank contract. You have to have it set forth so that everybody follows the same rules. Having 5 or 6 different department heads with 5 or 6 different contracts and different terms, it isn't fair, and we should know ahead of time what we're approving. And for city manager to also have his checks and balances of, hey, Tammy, I can't give you that. This is what my city council has allowed me to offer. It also takes the burden off of him and some of the liability off of him as well. And when the community comes to us and expects us to balance that budget, then that's the check we've written, and that's what we've given. We can't balance on what we don't know is out there. So I don't think we're trying to be involved in the personnel aspect, simply the monetary aspect and just the numbers in the contract is what I'm interested in.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but unfortunately, we could get into several different types of contracts depending upon what department we're talking about. But I'm with you 100% on the amount of money that would be put out, that type of thing, which I think would probably be spelled out in the job description or a recruitment type of a thing that would spell out, hey, this is what the job pays and that type of thing. And I don't think we need to oversee that to know that that's what a particular position pays.
There's a salary schedule that sets that.
Right.
It's approved by the city council ahead of time.
Right. So insofar as the contract is concerned, what I'm concerned with is things like gas allowance, those kind of things that are, in a monthly contract, or giving them a car or whoever it is, that type of stuff. Those are the things that are going to cost us, and I don't want to see us go down that road anymore.
That is a monetary value. A car allowance, a gas allowance, those are monetary.
Yes, and I understand
Right.
that. And that's what I'm saying, is that those are the kind of things that we have to really take a hard look at, given what you were saying here about, our financial condition these days. So, Mr. Vineyard?
We can do that now without even having to put this in the ordinance. All we have to do is give the city manager direction saying, we want to have all department head contracts, we want to look at them, we want to change them for future positions. We have positions that are open now. We could take those contracts and look at them right now and get it where we want it right now without having him to come to us each time. We can do that with every department contract. We can't change the ones that are existing, but we can change the ones that are going to be open or for the future. almost a template, but not the same one. But we can say, we don't want to pay that position $100,000 anymore. We want to pay it $80,000. We don't want to give the tax, take that out. We don't want a car, take that out. Those are all things that are in contracts now, in various contracts. And we have the ability right now to do that as the city council without having to put this in there.
Mr. Raymond?
And I hear what Council, or Mayor Pro Tem Vineyard is saying, but the problem is, we've been here for over 2 years, and how many have we done?
Thank you.
We got at least 2 that I'm aware of that we got informed
The
of.
council's
We didn't-
only seen, 1, and as a whole. I don't know if you've seen beforehand, but that what this is putting it in place so we can crunch the numbers, so we don't have these lucrative deals. You hear about these exit clauses, these different things that are put in place, and this is just making it so we can look and catch it. That's all this is.
I understand. And your counter to that question is, how many have we asked to see? 0. So that's on us as well. But that's what I'm saying. We can look at those right now without having to
To
change
respond to that, I
any
requested
wording.
just copies of contracts, and it took over a year to get them. So,
Different sheriff in town.
Well, maybe we could, going back to the word consent, start by using words like advise, recommend, oversee, something along those lines. Does anybody have different wording that would be a little more appropriate? Mr. Creighton?
I make a motion to approve.
I second.
Any other comments? Mr. Vineyard?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to amend that so that section 2.04050C, where it talks about removing consent, and put in there recommend in its place.
Mr. Creighton? Do you like to amend your motion to include?
What was the word again?
Recommend in replace of consent.
No.
Kim?
I was just asking for clarification on the public hearing portion of it. Did we officially open the public hearing?
Not yet. So.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm going to open the public hearing. Anyone that would like to speak to this item may soon come forward. State your name for the record.
Clerk, we have a motion on the
We haven't
floor
opened.
here, but we didn't open public hearing. Can you explain, Attorney, how we're going to deal with this?
Sure. So typically...
I didn't know, first of all, I didn't know I didn't pay attention to that part, sorry, that we didn't open it up, so.
So typically, the way that it would go, and sometimes things get a little bit mixed up when, but the typical procedure is that the item be introduced, which happened. It would be open for discussion up here, and then
So I need to just withdraw.
No, you don't have to. We don't have to go through that whole formal, it's up to you guys how you want to do it, but we do have a motion on the floor. We have a motion to amend. So then what we really need to do with the motion to amend is see if there's a second, and if there isn't, then that motion fails, because you start with the last one, and then you go to, in reverse order.
Correct.
The public hearing was not officially opened with a gavel earlier when Mr. Lee spoke, so we're going to correct that right now. We're going to open the public hearing, and we're going to have discussion on that. The public hearing can be closed. We can bring it back to the council to decide whether or not there will be a second on the motion to amend.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so the public hearing has been opened. Is there anyone that wishes to come forward and speak to this item?
Linda Dash, Atwater. I just have a couple things, Mr. Mayor. And I agree with Cindy, and I know where she's coming from. But the word the word consent is really kind of getting pretty close to getting involved in personnel, which, your ordinance says you don't. How about the word review? And the other thing, too, is we're a small city, and we're not like San Francisco, Los Angeles, or Fresno. Y'all meet with each other, I know that. and with your city manager. So the city manager finds somebody that he thinks would be super for the job, and he talks to the mayor, he talks to, or you have a meeting, and I found somebody I'd like to start at, so much per month, the salary scale, step 1 through whatever, because he could do, or she could do this and this and this, and I would like your advice, and I'd like for you to review it. I think that kind of keeps you away from micromanagement, and I think that kind of keeps you away from any kind of, people saying you're getting involved in personnel. It's just an idea. Thanks.
Is there anyone else wishing to come forward to speak to this item? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Bring it back to the council. There is a motion and a second on the floor. I have to say that, Mr. Raymond.
There's also the amendment.
I'd like,
Did his motion fail for lack of second already? We haven't done that yet.
we haven't. What I wanted to touch upon, though, I like the word that Linda just brought forward too, is to review.
But if you let him,
Okay. Mr. Vineyard, state your,
At this time, Mayor, if someone wants to change that word, they can make that motion. I did make one, it failed for a second.
So what I would recommend we do is, for the mayor, if the mayor feels that the motion failed for a second, you are the head of this board, so you are the one that needs to make that call. If you don't feel that it failed and you just want to be clear about it, then you can ask, is anybody going to second or is it going to fail? If it fails, it fails.
would you restate what you wanted to do again, Mr. Vineyard?
Replace consent with recommend.
I'll second that. Okay.
Can we get just a moment so we can can we have a moment to just kind of look at this and
Sure.
cross it out and process it?
so while
Mr. Creighton.
they're reviewing that, could we have the city attorney define those two words so that we're clear on what we're trying to do? So there's no
Sure.
confusion. I think we're getting into some gray area here.
Sure, so the way that I would interpret what's being proposed is, as written, the ordinance would require, as written in the one that's in front of you, the ordinance would require you to consent before the city manager is authorized to enter into a contract. Based upon the motion to amend by Mayor Pro Tem Vineyard, instead of requiring the city council to consent before the city manager enters into an employment agreement, the city manager's obligation would be to seek the advice and recommendations by the city council. Now, that effectively means that the city council can say, well, we think you should do this, we'd like to see this, these are things we're comfortable with. But ultimately, the decision about how the contract is drafted and what its terms are would remain with the city manager, and only the city manager would have to consent to agree to those terms. If you didn't like it, you didn't like the end result, your consent isn't required.
Okay, so the goal still would be, if we left it the way it is, this would be a vehicle to move it, to standardize the department head contracts, so they're all similar, they're all pretty much cookie cutter, that we're not giving somebody a big car allowance and an in lieu payment for their medical, and then maybe a extra 2 weeks vacation, this or that. When you start here, you'd have a baseline, then the city manager could say, council, I want to add, this is a great candidate, I want to put 2 weeks of additional admin time. So, no, we don't give the consent on that. We only have so much money to do this, and we want to stay in that parameter. So try to stay in that. So the consent, that tool is a financial threshold for the council?
Let me just be clear. There are lots of aspects to these contracts. There can be an infinite number of possibilities. If your direction to your city manager is that you want things to be cookie cutter and you want them to be very similar, and then it would be up to the city manager to come back and tell you why that there is a recommendation that we go outside the bounds of that. It's financial, it's personnel, there's lots of different reasons why there are different terms and contracts, and we don't even know what somebody might come up with in the future. So what he would be doing, it's not just about the financial. If that's what your goal is to only regulate financial, that's fine, but this isn't limited. The way, if you have to consent to it, you consent to everything. So you have the ability to say, I'm not going to agree to this contract because I don't want it to say this, even if it isn't financial. So you get to use this power how you see fit. So that's the thing that you just have to keep in mind, is when you're using this and you're requiring it to have the city council's consent, if that's the policy that you want to make sure you approve of all the terms, that's a policy you're absolutely within your power to set. If you want to place limits on your power, that's another thing. But the way that Mr. Vineyard's, or Councilmember Vineyard's motion would change this is to say that the city manager can enter into contracts even if you tell him not to. Now, practically speaking, is he going to do that? Is knowing that he answers to you and you're his boss? Probably not.
Well, like Councilman Raymond was saying, that he said he asked for contracts in the past, took a year to get them if he ever got them. But people sitting out there going, you're just telling me a fib, because there's no way you can't have that authority sitting on the council to know what your own city's doing. So this is on the agenda tonight because somebody's pointed out there's a deficiency here and we're talking about it. There's a lot of good discussion going on here. I think it's clear where we're trying to go. How we get there is a little bit clouded.
I know that at one point in time, when Joan Fall was as mayor, there was something put in place, and I spoke with Tom about this, but it wasn't, and it was pretty much verbatim what we're trying to do here. And it was voted on and passed, and a lot of people just believe that that's how we have been doing business, but it wasn't put in place correctly. So I think that's what we're trying to do, is just kind of back up and take the rule that we think we have been following and put it in place correctly. So, and I understand, I think what we're all trying to do is be very responsible, checks and balances without interfering with personnel. I know we have a clear and direct rule about being involved in personnel. So if we were to approve this, but then we also have, the guideline that we cannot, that it's very clear city council cannot be involved in personnel, is that kind of a safeguard to know, no, you can't be involved in personnel, but yes, you can say, no, Scott, you can't do that contract. I'm not telling you you can't hire that person, you just can't hire them with that contract.
So the personnel decisions that you are not supposed to be involved in is, let's say there's a dispute between two employees, and the city manager is trying to decide how to resolve that dispute. You don't get involved in that stuff. You don't get involved in performance evaluations. Those are the personnel decisions. You don't get involved in the day-to-day running of the operation. What this changes is that the employment agreement governs the relationship between the city and that employee. And there could be a term in there that has to do with when an employee can be fired, whether that employee is at will or not, for example. So in a sense, do you have control potentially over decisions about performance in the future? In a sense, you would, if you were deciding on the term about whether or not it was an at-will employment relationship or an employment relationship that required certain things to happen before someone could be terminated. So ultimately, what you just need to decide is it going to be the policy of the city council that no employment contract with a department head is going to be entered into unless we consent to it after giving our advice? Or are you going to have the policy that is, you can give your advice, you can make your recommendations, but ultimately, Even if you disagree with the contract, you are vesting the authority to negotiate and act on the best interest of the city in the city manager, not in this body. So the policy is who's going to have the final say. And that's what you're being asked to decide tonight.
And that's kind of where I was going at the beginning. The city manager manages. And as you have so eloquently stated now, when we throw in the word consent, it's from the first line all the way to the signature block that we're talking about. And that's where I don't want us to go. Yes, I want to make sure that we review, we provide oversight, advice, you name it. Throw in every word in the world that you want. But I don't want us to be the approving authority from start to finish on the whole thing. Because, as you've said, there are aspects of a labor contract that, frankly, I don't think any of us are experts in, and I don't want to sit there deciding somebody's, I don't want to decide for the city manager a contract that has, and I can't even think of what it would be maybe, but other aspects other than financial, other than those perks and things that have caused financial turmoil in the city. There's other things to that contract, as you have stated. So that's the issue that I have and that I began with. So,
If I could just say one other thing real quickly. Given that that's the concern, and I'm hearing things about policies with respect to giving car allowances, giving other perks, gas, things like that. Those are things that this body can implement ordinances on, or other resolutions, or give direction and say, we don't want to do these things in the future. So there are potentially other vehicles to have your input and guidance on that if you want to get away from the word consent here. And we can talk about those, and we can bring you ideas for what to do on that, if that is the limit of your concern. You want to have some oversight and guidance into the policies of how you're going to enter into agreements, but ultimately leave that decision to the council, or to the city manager. We can help you out with that as well. So this isn't the only means, I guess, to address your concerns. I want to make sure we'll find some options for you.
well, I know there's a motion and a second on the table here, but, I would really like to bring this back again and bring it back to have, all of us think about wording that would be acceptable. I like Mrs. Dash's word of review, advise, oversee. There's a million different words that we can use and be specific to certain financial aspects. But I've really got a problem with the entire contract. I think that's what attorneys do. So, any case, Ms. Vierra.
So, this is kind of where I'm falling in, where my views are a little bit different. And it kind of started out in the very beginning of this year, where there wasn't a clear and concise, when we start using review, give advice. Maybe Scott had breakfast with me. We try to meet once a week, and he got advice from me. But that's not the voice of the entire council. And if the entire council is to make a decision based on these contracts, then it should be clear and concise as to this is who voted, this is who approved it, and this is who did not approve it. Just by giving consent, just by giving advice, there's no record of if that contract was ratified. And I think we kind of ran onto that early on, where we didn't really have an absolute yes, it was ratified, or no, it was not ratified. So that's what I'm looking for here moving forward, is to make sure we have a clear and concise decision on all 5 council members have seen it and they all agree with it. And again, I'm not stating The personnel part, I'm just stating the other contract, the terms of the contract, and then we know, yes, it was voted on the 13th, and then this was reported out, and that is what happened. And in the past, that hadn't happened, and it kind of got off to a rough start. So I think what we're trying to do is just a little housekeeping here. And if in sense what Mr. Vineyard, Councilman Vineyard has stated, this is what we're already doing, then let's just say, okay, this is what we're already doing, but as of today, it is written, and now this is how we follow it. We have a clear and concise plan in writing of how it's done. Just so, if it's what we're already doing, then good.
The only thing I have to say is, I understand what you're saying. If it's the approval step, which we haven't done in the past, then this doesn't get us to the approval unless we do it in open forum. But this doesn't state anywhere where to do that, because usually contracts are confidential.
Well, in open forum, we wouldn't discuss.
So that, my suggestion is, we can go and look at all the contracts now and get them worded like we want, bring them back and vote on them in that way. And we're still giving consent, if you want to say, but I just don't like that word, because that puts us, again, all the way through the whole process. There is no, you can pick this process, you can pick the gas tax, but you can't pick the person, or you can pick, whether they sit in this office or that. I mean, it's a whole package. It's not just
Contracts are made
portions.
public anyway, so I would have no problem voting in an open forum on the contract. Correct? Are they not public?
They are public
So,
records.
Okay, but
Being that
the
they're-
negotiation part is not, correct?
That's correct. The negotiations are
right,
not.
we wouldn't come in and read line per line, but if we came and said tonight, we're going to approve the contract and we vote on it, I think the public has a right to know who voted on the contract and that a contract's being voted on, and if they want to see a copy of it, there it is. Why have so many people, and some even in this room, come to me and said, what's in that contract? I don't agree what's in that contract. Okay, here's our voice. We want to see what's in the contract. Let's see what's in the contract. How many of us have the solar? How many of us read that? Okay, one. But we're all upset about it. Then let's look. The community wants to know what's in the contract. Let's look what's in the contract. I have no problem voting in open forum on how I feel about a particular contract. We can't hide and say, oh, I don't want them to know I voted yes or no.
I understand that this does not address that. I'm going to tell you, in my opinion, this doesn't address that. It simply says advice and consent. Then he goes and negotiates. He or she
No.
goes and negotiates. City council consents, may negotiate and enter into employment agreements with department heads. So
This
we're
is a
giving
final-
consent ahead for him to take all this contract and go negotiate.
No.
Nowhere in there does it say we're approving it.
No.
Mr. McBride.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Obviously, good discussion on this topic tonight. I just wanted to make a couple statements, and then I'll let you continue to do what you want to do. And first of all, whatever the direction of the council is we're going to abide by it. It's the law. It's codified. So whatever action you take or don't take, it's going to be what it's going to be. I just want to make a couple points that I think came up that are important to remember. The city council already approves the salary ranges. That's all the positions. That's every position in the city. You also approve all the job descriptions. That's everyone in the city. We don't create ranges arbitrarily. We have to do that through a method. We have to find comparables. City manager doesn't create a range they want to hire someone. It's got to be in what you've already approved. So I just want to make sure you understand that. There are many cities that don't use contracts. The department heads, which are basically the only employees that have contracts, they're just like any other employee. What you could think to do, and this goes back to what the deputy city attorney talked about, if you wanted to kind of lump the department heads together, you can almost do like an MOU, like we've done with all the other bargaining groups, which outlines these are all the potential benefits they get, and that way it's clarified there in the MOU. Then you take action on the MOU. And that kind of maybe is something as an intermediate step to kind of help you get where you want to go. I don't know, but it's just something I wanted to bring up so you're aware that there's different ways to handle what I think you want to accomplish.
Okay. Well, that seems pretty reasonable. The one concern that Mr. Raymond expressed about not seeing contracts, I don't know what the circumstances were that you didn't, but I would feel the same as you if I'm requesting something along those lines and you didn't get it. Then that needs to be addressed, absolutely. Go ahead, Mr. Raymond.
In all fairness, I have finally received them.
Right, but in a timely manner. I mean, if you're asking for something, why should it take a month or 6 months or a year or whatever? That's my concern. So that's a valid concern. But what Mr. McBride just conveyed to us here, I think, is important. Basically, what he's just told us is we already have the power. All we have to do is channel it and use it. Do we not? I don't know. It sounds like we're almost reinventing the wheel then if we're doing what we're doing here, if we've already got those things in place.
Because what Tom had explained to me is the wheel had been invented, but it wasn't put on the car correctly. So we're just trying to take the wheel that was invented and put it on the car correctly.
Okay.
So even though when Mayor Fall was sitting here and this was during her term put into play, it was not put on, the wheel was not put on the car correctly. So we're just trying to take that wheel and put it on correctly. Is that sort of kind of where?
So what you're speaking about specifically is there was a resolution that was adopted before our time, in our defense. We weren't involved in that, where the resolution basically said this same thing. That resolution was adopted. To my knowledge, it was not implemented because when I was asked to draft contracts, nobody ever said these need to go to the city council. It's not in your municipal code, and the municipal code is what governs. So you're absolutely right. If that was the intent, what they should have done is adopt an ordinance, not a resolution. And since that time, it not only was not put on the car correctly, but that car was never driven with that wheel. So nobody went through that process of having to obtain consent by the city council or even advice from the city council. It wasn't technically required before entering into a contract. And so really at the end of the day, you just need to decide, what do you want to do? Who do you want to have the final say in entering into contracts with department heads? The city manager or the city council? And that is a policy decision.
Creighton.
Great discussion. I think, as Mr. McBride, our city manager, stated, and the attorney and everybody else has spoken, I think what was implemented by the previous mayor and council, it didn't get executed correctly. I think we have full faith and trust in Scott and our team up here that we approve this, and Scott's more than capable to, after we get this thing implemented and rolling, if it's an issue, Scott's, make the recommendation, hey, okay, I think we got this under control, staff's got it, pull back, and if it's not an issue, we just leave it there so that the next council or next mayor or whatever, and whatever body's up here isn't stuck with something they didn't know about or want or whatever else, because at the end of the day, really, we set policy here, and we're responsible for the best interest of the citizens. And that's all I've got to say, and I'd like to move on with the item.
Okay, so is there any further discussion? Okay, so would you like to restate the motion?
The motion to amend is currently offered to replace the word consent with the word recommend. Motion to amend is on the floor.
Okay. There's no further discussion. Call for the question.
Creighton?
We're talking about the amendment?
We're talking about the amendment.
No.
Raymond?
No.
No.
Vineyard?
Yes.
Price?
Yes.
Motion to amend fails. Now we're back to our original motion.
Okay. Any further comments or questions? Call for the question.
Vineyard?
No.
Creighton?
Yes.
Raymond?
Yes.
Vierra?
Yes.
Price?
No.
Motion passes.
At this time, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
what's going on with the district elections and what your options are. So essentially, there was a new law that came out. It's AB 350. It passed in 2016, and it changed several provisions of the elections code pertaining to district-based elections. It created safe harbor periods for cities facing any sort of legal challenge to its system, caps damages, requires certain public hearings, basically just sets out this new process. To date, the city has received, to the knowledge of the city attorney's office, one request to consider changing to district-based elections. It's important to note that it's unclear whether that person even lives in the city of Atwater, and therefore whether that person would even have standing to challenge what is going on here. Also, it's our understanding that that request did not satisfy the criteria under the new law, to trigger you to take any sort of action. So at this point, the good news is there's nothing pressing requiring you to take any sort of action today. What we did do, though, in the interest of providing with some background information related to this issue, is receive a proposal from a consultant to conduct demographic research. So part of what you would have to do if you're going to move to district-based elections is conduct a major research undertaking. That consultant's quote was more than $20,000. So if the city is interested in determining whether or not it wants to voluntarily go through this process at this point, then we would say step one would be to get another quote to see whether or not that's a reasonable quote, because frankly we don't know. This is a highly specialized thing that the consultant would be doing, so we want to make sure that you're not just taking the first quote. And so that'd be the first step. And then the second step would be just to determine whether there's any interest in moving forward. Is there interest in moving forward in the community? And is there interest in moving forward with the council? Because again, we're not pressed with any sort of demand at this point. So one of the things that was requested as part of the agenda item was to determine whether or not there should be any sort of committee to study the need for this. There's different kinds of committees that the city council can appoint. If the city council is going to have that committee include anyone from the public, then it has to go through a different process than if it was just an ad hoc committee made up of no more than 2 members of the city council. So depending on what you guys are thinking, we can guide you through that process. Either way, what we did determine from Atwater Municipal Code 2.08.130, special committees are supposed to be appointed by the presiding officer of the body that is appointing that committee. And so in this case, that would be the mayor, that is the presiding officer who would make those appointments. So like I said, lots of different things for you guys to consider out there. And the first step is, do you even want to move forward at this point, since you haven't been required to do so by the processes outlined in the law? Any questions?
Ms. Vierra.
So if we have, what is our liability at this point if we haven't met the criteria that we have to look into this further? Are we opening ourselves up to a liability by not doing so?
Essentially, what would have to happen for you to have a liability exposure that we would say move forward right now is if a member who is a member of a voter that resides here in the city is also a member of a protected class, and that person comes forward and alleges that there's a violation of either the federal or the California Voting Rights Act. And if that person was to come forward, then you would need to go through this process. But at this point, we don't have anybody that has come forward and said that you need to do anything. Also, once that happens, if that were to happen, there is a safe harbor, a certain period of time in which that person can't file a lawsuit. The law provides you some time to decide whether you're going to voluntarily comply or whether you're going to go through this process to see, do you need district-based elections? Is there any disparity? Because the whole point of district-based elections is essentially to prove or to avoid any sort of disparity among your voters. You want to make sure that the city is represented by members of the public that represent all segments of the community. And if there's an issue with that, then district-based elections are how you combat that issue.
Mr. Vineyard.
Can we do this, say, go to one of the community organizations, Rotary, the League of Women, Kiwanis, and ask them to, one, maybe possibly survey the city on whether the people in the city would like to do this, on doing this voluntarily, and two, come up with a list of 5 to 7, 10 candidates that might be willing to sit on a 5 to 7 member committee that they could recommend to us, which I guess you were just saying the mayor would appoint then. And then they could go forth and gather information as far as cost, what's needed, how to go about it, without having to use the consultant first?
You would need a consultant to do the last thing that you've just said, like come up with the costs and all of those things. A consultant needs to give you, it doesn't cost anything to get an estimate. Right. So what we would want to do, they could research potential consultants. That could be one thing that they could do. In terms of how you would go about forming such a committee, we just need to make sure that we're following the correct process for forming a committee, because the committee, since it wouldn't be an ad hoc committee, if you're going to have members of the community, that has to follow the Brown Act, all those types of things. And so you want to make sure that we're going through that process correctly. Yeah, so if that's what you guys are interested in doing, then what I would ask is that you give direction to staff to outline the procedures for forming the committee with those specific things that you've asked in mind, and then we can come back to you at the next meeting and say, here's what you need to do, here's how you should advertise it, here's how you should go about it, if that's what you all would like to do.
Okay, just to reference it, the League of Cities, I talked to several cities that have gone districts recently, and they said it was incredible the amount of turnout that they received for the different positions. It wasn't one person running for each position. They had multiple people running for positions. There was also one city that said the large portion of the city never felt like they were being paid attention to. So that's another reason they went to districts. And in that one district, they went from a 10% voter turnout to a 66% voter turnout, because they knew they would have somebody to answer to. But at the same time, the council still is responsible for the whole city. So if I have a district, I'm responsible mainly for that district, but then I still have to answer to the whole. And so that's kind of my feeling is it seems, and there may be others different, but it's just, there's areas that maybe haven't got the representation from us that we should, because we all live in certain areas. We all live fairly close, or before this council, there was quite a few of us that lived fairly close. So it looked a lot to the constituents like we only care about that area. So that's why I was trying to bring this forward and trying to do it at zero cost, or as little cost as possible, to at least gather the information to give us something that we could look at and say, yeah, we want to go forth with it. No, it wouldn't be beneficial.
Okay, so what's the pleasure of the council?
Then I'll give staff direction to go forth with a request of looking at possibly forming a 5 to 7 member committee, utilizing possibly the community organizations, and where they can go forth and find out costs of consultants, as well as talk to the other cities and see how they actually did the process. Because every city, I'm sure, did a little bit different, but they were probably fairly close.
So you can make it a motion?
That was a motion. Was
That
it?
was a motion?
Just direction to staff.
He was just giving
Oh.
staff direction.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, and the way that I understand this is an item that's a verbal report with possible actions, so we would need to have action from the council to give direction to staff. So I
Then I'll
think it
make
would
it-
need to be in a motion.
Then I'll make that in the form of a
Great.
motion.
I'll second.
Mr. Raymond?
Now, with the committee, is it, are you talking about where each of us brings a list of people, as you'd mentioned previously?
No, actually, it would be, if we got the organizations, either Rotary, Women's League,
Okay.
whatever, have them provide a list, because they can go out and canvass the community. That removes any accusation on us that we're showing preference to committee members. because they can provide that list to us, and then the mayor can pick from that list.
Okay. Any further questions or comments? Any comments or questions from the audience? Yes, sir.
Danny Hernandez, 1904 Canal. On this issue here, as far as districting, I think you're wasting your time. I'm a Hispanic, and I ran twice for the city council here. If you had district type of governing, for elections, I wouldn't have been able to run this last election, because Mr. Vineyard is 4 houses down the street from me. Now, the other thing is, in other districts, as I noticed, they have had people run for city council offices that were homeless, that were criminal, had got arrested. It just happened this last election in Merced. And I don't think this city here is big enough, and diverse enough to warrant this. And I'm talking about Hispanics and blacks and any other kind of minority you have here. Count them. You can probably put them all in one hand. So I don't think that districting here in Atwater is going to serve us at all from that standpoint of what I just mentioned. You're going to spend money that you do not have to do this. If it got to that realm of spending $20,000 just to do that. So let's just, as far as myself and people that I've talked to a lot of people in the Spanish community. They don't want to get involved with the city. As I just told you, I ran for city election here this last November. And in doing that, I determined, there's no need in doing this. On top of that, when I researched, where all this is coming from, this is all coming from the liberal Democrat Party. Everybody that is listed under this districting business coming out of Los Angeles all the way across the country, that's what they are. And you know it or not, I'm a Republican. And it cost me a hell of a lot to be one. I had my windows busted out in front of my house just because I voted for Trump and everything else. So I tell you what, I'm not at all, with this business of having districting here, because anybody that wants to run here has never been kept from running. Not that I know of. So that's basically, for me, and I think for a lot of the people that live in the area where I live, and friends that I have here, I was raised in this city. And I talk to a lot of folks here because I went to school here and everything else. We want somebody that's going to be up here that's going to know what the hell they're doing and why they're doing it. Not just because they want to be on the city council. I don't think it's a glorifying position, to be quite honest with you. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to this item? Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and take the vote here, but I just want to make one quick comment that I agree with Mr. Hernandez. I think this whole thing is kind of a solution looking for the problem, and I'm a little hesitant to say that this is something that a town of 30,000 people really needs, and I don't know that we're really denying anybody under diversity. As Mr. Hernandez so eloquently stated, he's ran twice. I recall twice that he has run for council, so I don't think that he was impeded in any way, and nobody else is either. But in any case, that'll be just my comment. Ms. Vierra.
I agree with what Mr. Hernandez is saying and what you're saying. I'm just simply saying that by seconding the motion, it's going to put some feelers out, and we can get a really good handle on how the rest of the community feels. So in clarification, by seconding that motion, we're just kind of looking at a committee to kind of get fillers. We're not spending any money at this point in time, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Bryce? If you can make it there without killing yourself, yeah.
Gary Bryce, 106 East Manzanita Drive. What brought this up, and I'm still concerned about this, is a member of the ACLU came here and threatened this council, saying that we had to do this. You know, it was the law. My opinion is just stay in Modesto and advise the Modesto City Council, not come down here and make accusations like that. So if we don't have the need, we're not required to do this, why mess with it? You know, why waste our time? This council has other pressing problems it needs to solve. Let's not get distracted from what we're supposed to be doing right now. End the conversation. I throw the mic down, but I can't.
Mr. Vineyard.
Yeah, let's just clarify that. I brought this subject to this chamber about 1.5 years ago myself, before ACLU ever reared their head anywhere in this city. And my thought process was watching Merced, Livingston, Turlock, Los Banos, and several other cities in this state going through lawsuits. Some at the mention of $50,000 to $60,000 just to pay the lawsuit off, not to do the election, just for the lawsuit. I'm trying to just at least get conversation started, which prohibits anybody from suing us if we're looking at it. And so I'm trying to save that additional cost to this city, and that was my thought behind it. Not because of what, not because I'm a Democrat, and I'm going to tell you that right now because that's how I listed it, but I'm a very conservative Democrat. I don't believe just throwing money at a problem or throwing money away. I believe in trying to save the money before it's spent. And so, just to clarify, it wasn't because of the gentleman that came here. It was something I brought forth a long time ago.
Okay. Okay. So, any other comments? Thank goodness. Oh, Mr. McBride.
I just want to get some clarification so I understand kind of what the expectations are from myself and the staff and everything else. As we're discussing right now, the idea is to work to get a committee together of people from service clubs to go out to the community to basically do more or less polling. Is that kind of what we're doing? You know, I'm just thinking from a practical standpoint, we could do that right now with the utility newsletter and the website, and it's a lot quicker and easier. Because what I'm concerned about is, you know, if we're going to appoint a committee, it's going to take a whole process to do that. They have to develop something that's tangible to take out in the community that we have to review, or they have to review. And what if it doesn't say what we want it to say? You know, when are they going to do it? When do you get it back? We could pretty expediently put together something and have it to you, maybe not the next meeting, but in early March, that this is the text, website, utility letter. We get it out and get responses back quickly. It could be done. You get your polling. I understand the sentiment. Let's avoid a lawsuit by doing it. No one wants to have to be faced with the decision to spend money if you can avoid it. That makes sense.
And I would add to that, we could also post it on the website. We could also put it to posting it on the bulletin board here in the lobby. There's lots of different avenues right there. So.
And I understand that. And I constantly hear from the community, they don't see the newsletter, they don't read the newsletter, they don't get on the website for whatever reason. My whole thought process, too, was to try to get the community organizations involved in our city more as well. It's not a process I'm looking at trying to come up with a decision before November. Our main election isn't until 2018. So it's not like we have to rush out and do this. So it was just a process to take our time looking at it carefully. Even if it doesn't affect 2018, there's 2020. I mean, but it's a process. I think it just needs to be looked at in a very thorough, non-biased way.
Okay. All right. If there's no other comments, call for the question.
Vierra?
Yes.
Raymond?
No.
Creighton?
No.
Vineyard.
Yes.
Price.
No.
Motion fails.
Mayor, I'm gonna step out.
Next item.
Resolution affirming the general services agreement between the City of Atwater and the Environmental Compliance Resources for Graffiti Abatement Services in the City of Atwater, and Councilmember Creighton has recused himself.
Okay. City Attorney.
I don't think I've ever talked this much at a meeting here. Okay, so I think my last item on the agenda is you have been presented with a resolution affirming the general services agreement between the City of Atwater and the Environmental Compliance Resources for Graffiti Abatement Services in the City of Atwater. Essentially, the background here is that in 2011, ECR, which is Environmental Compliance Resources, entered into an agreement with the city to provide ongoing graffiti abatement services within the city. Councilmember Paul Creighton is the owner or an owner of ECR. So because there is a prohibition under Government Code 1090 against allowing city officers or employees from having financial interests in contracts made by them in their official capacity, this question came up as to what are we supposed to do with this now. He is now, Councilmember Creighton is now a city official. He's now subject to 1090. So if there was not an exemption, then we would need to either have him terminate that contract or he would need to step down. And there is an exception, though, under Section 1090 to state that that section does not apply to existing contracts if there is no modification that has been proposed or that occurs. Secondly, under Section 1091B8, there's something called a remote interest exception, and that would also apply. That is because Councilmember Creighton executed this contract on behalf of ECR more than 5 years ago. And so as long as his interest is disclosed and noted in the minutes, which it is now since it's on the agenda, if this council authorizes, approves, or ratifies the contract without his vote, then this exception would apply. So, long story short, what is before the council right now is a resolution affirming that contract in its current state. So no modification is being requested or proposed here. So the council needs to determine whether or not to modify that contract.
Okay. Any comments from the council? Let me just say that I understand what we're doing tonight is just, our vote tonight would be to approve the form and content of the contract in its present language.
Correct.
That's it. However, there is provision within that particular contract that I think is noteworthy, which is there is no provision for termination. In other words, it's the language of the contract says until work is completed. And when I look at something to that effect where it says till the work is completed, it would indicate something, let's say, a lawn service. We hire a lawn service and we put a provision in there and say till the work is completed. Work is completed when the grass stops growing, well, and the trees stop making leaves and everything else. So how do we determine that? It's just to be in fairness to both the city and to a potential contractor that somebody could come in and perform a particular service and do it at the same or better level of service and do it at possibly a lesser cost. So that's my concern with how this particular contract was written, and whoever wrote it up ought to be hung, because that particular provision does not make sense to me and should never have been included. So other than that. Mr. Vineyard.
Yeah, just kind of looking at this, if it's not considered an open-ended contract, say that the statement when contractor completes the work described in said requested proposal date of October 10th, 2011, then my question is, has this contract ever been renewed via the council at any time from 2011 on? And if not, then I believe this contract has already ended, even though the company has done a wonderful job cleaning up the graffiti. Their city looks really great, and they're always on top of it. So it's not that, but it's just, to me, if it's never been re-ratified or continued, then really this is a moot point.
Okay. Stacy, you want to answer that question?
Sure. Two things. First, the term of service is described in section 1.1, and the way it is written is it says that this agreement will begin upon signature by all parties and shall end when the contractor completes the work described in the request for proposal, or no later than 1 year from the date this agreement was signed, whichever is longer, unless this agreement is otherwise terminated or modified as provided in here. Section 1.4 does give the city the ability to cancel this agreement at any time without cause upon written notification to the contractor. Couple of things. First, I agree this is a terribly written contract. I'm sorry, I don't know who wrote it, but it was not our firm. It is very confusing. There seem to be a lot of contradictory things, especially when you go back and look at the actual request for proposal. And the request for proposal has a specific term in here, which is, it actually says, I think, 6 months in the request for proposal. It's totally different. So at the end of the day, in response to your question, has this contract been ratified? We have not researched the minutes to determine whether or not the council came back and ratified it. The thing to consider is whether or not ratification is necessary, because what this contract says is that until the work described in the request for proposal is completed, this contract could continue. And so the question is there still graffiti there? Is the graffiti gone? Has it ever been completely gone? Is it gone today? And so again, it's a really weirdly written contract. So I don't think it's a moot issue, because I think that unless there is no graffiti here, and I don't know if anybody has the answer to that question. There's still graffiti? Okay, so there's still an argument to be made that it could be interpreted as continuing under its existing terms. So I would say that I do want to, though, point out again, section 1.4 does allow the city to terminate it. So if you ratified it today, you could terminate it tomorrow. You know, I don't know what the point of that would be, but it's up to you.
Mr. Mayor?
Come to the mic, your mic.
Just a minute ago, you said that it was to last until work was completed or 1 year, whichever, but no longer.
It says whichever is longer.
Whichever is longer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I didn't understand you the first time on that one.
Sorry about that. I talk real fast.
Okay. Mr. Lee.
Cell phones are great things.
No, they're not.
Apparently, Mr. Creighton wrote the contract. I just found that out. So that solves that question. He has done a good job. Graffiti abatement was a big problem. He's done very well at that. His company's done very well at it. I don't have an issue with that. The problem I have is it's 1090, and I have a real issue with remote interests. Kind of a fine line there. My other concern is, and I kind of hate to go this way with it, but it's an open-ended contract. We already established that. The city attorney worked on the clarification of this contract. The city attorney is at the will of the city council. A little bit of a conflict of interest there, I believe. The other thing that I want to know is how much time was spent on determining that his contract would be acceptable and not violate 1090. I'd like to know how much time and money was spent on that. That would be city money, I believe. It seems to me that this should have been done in advance. I know this was talked about prior to the election. I know it was also talked about after the election. It should have been cleared up a long time ago. As most anybody up there is aware, most people usually have private attorneys that establish the validity of a contract and also that they're not violating a 1090. We all know that with what's going on with President Trump right now. He's using his own attorneys. He's not using a state attorney that I'm aware of, or a federal attorney. So I think what we have to be real careful of here is this contract indeed not a violation of 1090, and will this council have this blow up in their face as an ethic violation down the road? And also, I would just want to make sure that everyone talks about us not having any money, so I really am concerned about how much money and time was spent on determining whether or not this contract is acceptable and that it is indeed not a violation of 1090. Thank you.
Mr. Raymond?
For legal, so I understand it, you guys don't work on an hourly basis anymore?
We do work on an hourly basis. At this point, we have an agreement with the city that we have a cap on the amount that is charged on a monthly basis, but we do keep
Okay.
track of every minute that is spent on city business.
Okay, thank you. Now, I mean, putting acquaintanceships aside, I mean, the guy had a contract, the ECR had a contract with the city for 6 years prior to, it was 2011, it's 2017, so 5.5, we'll split the difference. I don't see any malice. I don't see him trying to get on the council to get a contract. You know, what if he owned a grocery store in town and he ran for council and won? Does he have to sell the grocery store? I mean, but it's becomes the same type of conflict. I mean, what? I don't understand. I mean, I don't get this. If this was an issue, no one brought it forward, and you know, it appears to be a political witch hunt at this point. You know, they've cleaned up nearly 1/2 of 1 million square feet of graffiti. The town looks better for it. The county looks better, and even Merced City looks better. So that's all I have to say.
I think, just to answer your question, if it was a grocery store, it's not the same. This is contracted with the city to perform a service, where a grocery store would not. So that's the only difference I see there. But here's the thing. I agree. This company has done a really good job taking care of all these markings all over the city. I don't have one bit of a problem with that. But the question before us tonight is simply this, and you kind of addressed it. Is this something that was entered into with political aspirations in mind? In my mind, no. That is not an issue here. You know, 5.5, 6 years, however long it was. I don't see the connection right there. So the other question of this is, in the form that the contract is right now, is it acceptable to just continue as it is now, but as was stated by council, it can be terminated tomorrow and we can put it out to another bid? Am I correct in that, Stacy?
Correct.
Okay. So if we can just look at it in those parameters, that it doesn't violate a 1090 violation as a 1090 would be viewed upon, and that you know, the services is being performed and all that. But I honestly believe, aside from all that, that portion of the contract, again, that says until this work is completed, is horrible language. And I'm not suggesting that we should go out and, you know, put out an RFQ and RFP now to go and nullify this. That's not what I want. I'm just focused on what we're talking about right now, and this has been examined by the legal folks, and as has been stated, as hard as it is to swallow, it is within the letter of the law. So, with that, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation.
I second.
Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to make any comments or have any questions?
I just missed the motion. What's the motion?
Motion is to approve the contract as presented.
Approve the ratification.
Right. Okay. If there are no other questions or comments, call for the question.
Raymond?
Yes.
Vierra?
Yes.
Vineyard?
No.
Creighton? Oh, he is stained. And Mayor Price?
Yes.
Motion passes.
If somebody would let Mr. Creighton know he can come back. Is everybody cool enough out here tonight? We've been having all kinds of fits with this air conditioning. Are we warm enough, cool enough?
Perfect. Perfect.
It's okay, all right. You're the only one that can figure out that thermostat over there, so give yourself a raise, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Click so we can get to the. Yeah, I'm gonna give you these.
Okay. Let the record reflect that Mr. Creighton has now rejoined the council, and we will move on to the next item.
City Manager reports. Verbal update regarding priorities on road repairs, reconstruction projects, and use of funding.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Just want to do a quick verbal update tonight. Item 12 is dealing with road repairs, maintenance, design, those types of aspects. As you know, in your packet, you got some documentation. I tried to provide a verbal report, but really the details are pretty dense, so I kind of prepared it for you. Obviously, the packet's available on the website. Anyone could see it. Just a couple things. We've got ongoing engineering still on two main thoroughfares, Fruitland Avenue, Winton Way. We're doing some signal design work at Atwater Boulevard and First Street. As you know, we have a temporary stop sign there. We have a stop sign that's basically a temporary measure before a signal. We're looking to use LTF money that's been allocated for that already. We're working at some additional work at the signal of Juniper Avenue and Winton Way. There's a camera there that we'd like to replace with a loop system. We're working on getting traffic counts at various locations of the community to kind of assess traffic issues, safety. One of them is some counts on Fruitland Avenue at some of the current stop signs and also at Schaefer Road. We're working on designing the split phase signal for Schaefer and Juniper. That would provide for a left turn signal, dedicated left turn. We're also still working on what we're calling like a final punch list for Applegate Road and Winton Way, the intersection project. There's still some remaining issues that we're working through. Continuing to work on the traffic synchronization project. That's a grant-funded project. That's basically to tie together a new signal at Olive Avenue. Right now, you know, you have a temporary stop sign there. The Applegate Winton Way intersection, and pretty much every intersection and signal on the south side of the freeway. We continue to have a traffic and pedestrian safety meeting. That's a staff level meeting with Public Works, Police, Community Development. We talk about issues. A couple of the police brought up this past meeting were 800 Commerce. We've had several accidents for left turns out of the shopping center. Also some issues at Olive and Maple. And so the traffic engineer's been consulted, and we'll work with the CDRC. That's the commission that reviews kind of recommendations. And then if any other actions needed, it can come back to the council. We're also working on our ADA compliance accessibility plan. That's a requirement that we have for a lot of the grants that we have. It's kind of a priority. We've done an assessment of pretty much every intersection, corner throughout the community. We have a good idea what needs to be done, but now we have to get it all written up. We did do some restriping, some repainting projects. You notice there's been a few things out in the community that look a little bit better. Crosswalks at 5 corners have been completed. Buhack Road has been redesignated. It was missing all types of lane designators. It's been redone. Crosswalk at Sycamore was basically gone. It's been fixed. Public Works has done a good job potholing. They've done a great amount of work, and unfortunately, as we get rain and traffic, it kind of falls apart, but they do a great, fantastic job at trying to solve those issues. On funding, as the council knows from our workshop, the gas tax fund is not in great situation right now. We are working to kind of take a couple of workers that are in that fund, have them more or less reallocated to work on maintenance districts to kind of save some of the cash in the fund and also get some work done in the districts that needs to be done in the springtime. We were talking earlier about where the city has a pavement management plan. We currently don't have one. I have some quotes to prepare one. It's probably going to end up being around $100,000. What we had before doesn't meet any of the criteria, is what I'm understanding for a true pavement management plan. So we have some documentation, but we're almost basically starting at zero on that one. I can tell you that there's been some discussion at the state level about a couple of laws, SB1 and AB1. I believe these were discussed at the League of California Cities. These are basically a comprehensive approach to try to provide for funding for road maintenance. What does that mean for Atwater? Well, if adopted, if approved, and at full, I wouldn't call it build-up, but full implementation, the city could potentially see another almost $1 million from those funding sources for road maintenance. Keep in mind right now, we get about $400,000 a year from gas tax. And also the one that we're aware of coming up is Measure V. That's the local sales tax measure for road maintenance. And projections are showing about $615,000 a year, about a little bit under $500,000 for road work, about $120,000 a year for pedestrian work. And the idea is you pretty much do them together, so you have a complete street approach. If you're working on something, you fix the problems on the pedestrian side adjacent to it, but you could also separate the projects out. So that's all in the future. Right now, as of this year, you have very little to work with in gas tax, but getting the planning work done ahead of time ensures that we have projects that are ready to go in the future. You already have some idea what the cost estimates are for Fruitland and Winton Way. These are projects that we can't fund in 1 year. It's going to have to be done over multiple phases, probably 5 phases each. And we also can't walk away from ongoing maintenance. You can't put all of your money into reconstruction and not try to maintain some of the roads you have to get some more life out of them. So in the future, we want to be able to kind of work on a cash flow projection of maybe how to allocate some money for different projects or different priorities. But that's basically where we are right now. Also in your packet, in addition to a summary on quotes for pavement management plans, we've also provided the full matrix that we've used with the CDRC of roadway and safety issues, so you can kind of see what we've discussed, what we've been looking at, and we'll continue to work with the commission on this periodically and update it. And then as specific things need your action, we'll bring it here for direction and go from there. So any questions on that?
Any questions for Mr. McBride? Anything from the audience? With respect to Measure V, some people have been asking, where's the money, where's the oversight committee at MCAG, that type of thing. Well, money is not going to be collected until the beginning of April. So that's when the money will be collected or start to be collected, with first disbursements to be somewhere October, November timeframe. Would that not be correct, Scott? So be patient, that money will be coming. Yes, it's not a whole lot, but it's all we've got. That and a little bit of gas tax. It doesn't go a long ways. What Scott is saying about the potholes in the road, I know Fruitland right now down by Dakota, there's a couple of pretty good-sized craters down there, all due to the rain, and there's others all over the city. So until we can get the rain turned off, unfortunately, that's kind of what we have to live with. So, in any case.
Mayor, I would just add to that too, that in the future, we do want to add some equipment that would provide for a hot patch. Right now, we're using strictly cold patch, and that would basically emulsify and adhere better. It would be a better, longer lasting patch. But right now, we don't have the equipment, something we want to work towards in future fiscal year.
Okay. All right. Yes, Mr. Hernandez.
Yeah, on this issue, Danny Hernandez, by the way, again. There was an article in the paper earlier this year having to do with repaving of Fruitland from Schaefer Road all the way over to Wynn Way. And when I talked to Mr. McBride, it was indicated that they were going to do it in partials. Now, I've been down that street. It's not half as bad as Mitchell over there running up a Wynn Way. That has a lot of traffic on it. It has school buses on there all day long, among, all the people that go to work, in the Dole, over here, on the west side, So I think, while you're not going to get the money, putting it to work in places that's got more traffic is important. I mean, from the people that I've talked to during the time that I ran, everybody says, you know who lives over there? Yeah, we know who lives over there. The people that live over here on the other side of the neighborhood, from where Mitchell is, a mile away from, they don't have a lot of say-so around here. And a lot of people, say, you know what, this street needs to be fixed. The bumps and holes all over the place, you cannot go in there with a couple of shovel pulls, and patch up a hole. Because they've already done it, and it hasn't worked. So I think you need to really consider, when you do get that money, of where you're going to really use it at, to make better use of it on things that are more viable to people. People come there, to the businesses on Winton Way, and when they get over there to Foster Freeze, they're looking at that street and they're trying to figure out, gee, man, eat Christmas, what neighborhood are we headed into here? So, you need to take a little bit of all of the streets east of Schaefer Road. This is a new subdivision. Schaefer Gardens is in pretty good shape. Now, when you got a street that is as isolated as over here as Fruitland, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Only the residents that live there use that street, to be honest with you. Because the kids all walk on the canal. They don't go on the street. They walk down the canal. So you can't tell me, that you're going to do something there and start putting sidewalks and new pavement and all that other shit, because they're never going to use it. So all I'm saying is, put the money where it should be. And that is in places that really have the traffic, really have the need, and the fiasco that's going on down there on Wynn Way, going into a different subject real quick, of all these stop signs all over town, you got a hell of a bottleneck there of traffic right there on Wynn Way and Olive. There's damn near accidents there almost every day. Traffic gets backed up all the way from Atwater Boulevard all the way back into Broadway and Cedar. It doesn't make a lot of sense to have that traffic sign where it's at. People trying to get into the post office, trying to get in there to get gas. I mean, You see, you know, if I was an officer, I could stay there and give people citations all day long for crossing the double line. Because they cannot access the businesses. So you need, you know, that needs to be reassessed. You know, get rid of that damn sign. You want to control that traffic there some way, it has to be done a different manner. You know, outside of that, you know, you got the other one over there on Atwater Boulevard. Well, you know, that's not causing any problem because, you know, that's pretty much okay. But people trying to get into over the bridge to get into the shopping center, that really causes a lot of problem. And I can tell you right now, that big accident they had there on Atwater Boulevard and Applegate and the railroad tracks, where that semi got blasted out of the railroad, you know, that was designed wrong. You got a lot of property there you could have used. And instead, you narrowed it all down. A guy can't turn in there. A guy in a semi-truck, you know, cannot go in there, you know, because of what happened already. That's already been, you know, you already see the results of it. So, you know, that needs to be redesigned. And all I got to say is, you know, quit fooling around with all this stuff that's not necessary. And do the things that are right. Get the right assessment of what you're going to do. Not just because somebody's saying, well, let's do this over there. Baloney. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Okay, these are informational items only. Unless there's other comments?
Mayor, I haven't done 13. Would you want me to go through that quickly?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so item 13, basically, I just want to go over a couple. We have some grant-funded projects for infill on Juniper Avenue from Schaefer Road to Buhack. There's missing sidewalks in several locations. There's missing bike paths, so we have a grant to do that project. Also, there's a missing sidewalk on the east side of Buhack Road from Avenue 1 to the school that we have a grant to do. And I don't have it listed, but we're getting confirmation that we'll be receiving another grant for what we're calling Phase 2 of our Mitchell Avenue, Eileen Colburn School, which provides for some crosswalks, sideways, curb and gutter in that area. There was a lot of work done there a couple of years ago, and this would be another piece to that. So that's also CMAQ grant funded. And again, you know, the priority we work on is typically driven by safety concerns brought to us by the police department and also input from the CDRC and the council. And so that's kind of how we work on things. One thing I did add to this list was just getting the Sycamore crosswalk repainted. It was in pretty bad shape, not visible, and I think it's much more safe now that it's viewable. And basically, the only other thing I'd add to this is, again, as we're working on design work for road reconstruction, we're putting a great amount of effort into making sure that it's also working for pedestrian safety and access. So that's it.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay, hearing none, go to number 14, please.
Reports and presentations from staff. Reviewing fiscal year 2016-2017 mid-year budget and adopting resolution approving budget amendment number 2 regarding certain adjustments based on mid-year budget analysis.
Ms. Teal.
Oh, shoot, it's really small.
Oh, that's good.
Good evening, everybody. Well, before you, we have the mid-year adjustments for fiscal year 16-17. This information was provided to the council last week. There was only 1 or 2 changes under general fund. I'll just point those out. One was there was a salary reduction for Parks and Community Services for $2,000, and we have to remove that after revising the current salary schedule, kind of. So we removed that, and we did add leave accrual buyout for $6,582, which basically changed the bottom number by about $8,000. So starting from the top, the sales tax and use tax, the revised projections are less than what we originally had budgeted, so it's going down by $207,000. For business license, we are projecting to collect $30,000 more. Franchise fees, we are projecting to collect $55 more based on the actual amount we collected for last fiscal year. For property tax supplement, that's going down by $16,500. Property in lieu sales and use tax, we are increasing that by $341,000 just because it's a one-time payment, which is because the triple flip program we had with the state, it ended last year, and this would be the final payment we will be received already, so we are amending that number. Originally, we didn't budget anything for this fiscal year. So the next would be the Cricket Tower lease, which is we are increasing by $12,000, but it is basically the cleanup payment. Then next one would be the electrical use, which is $2,600, which was not budgeted originally. So then on the bottom, we do have expenditures and revenue based on each department. For Community Development Department, we are increasing, Community Development Department, we are increasing building permits revenue by $50,000. Membership and subscription, we are increasing $400 for that. Travel, conference, and meetings, we are bringing that expense down by $225,000. Inspection fees, we are increasing that expense by $40,000. For parks and community services, salaries and wages, we are for regular, we are increasing by $3,289. For part-time salaries, we are increasing $60,000. This is based on the revised analysis. Leave out, accrual buyout, that was when the supervisor left, we had to pay out his leave, so that expense has already occurred, but it wasn't budgeted originally. So all those other expenditures basically are decreasing. Then for City Council, we're increasing that travel, conferences, and meetings by $10,505. I do want to clarify, this would be the money Scott and all the other department heads worked together to eliminate this cost from other departments, so we can contribute this towards City Council department. So general fund doesn't take a hit. Then for city admin, we're adding car allowances for $2,100. Travel, conference, and meetings, we are bringing down by $95. So next big one is the police department. That impound fees, it is for a tow yard. So originally we budgeted $100,000 revenue for tow yard, but since the operations are not there yet, so we decided to bring that revenue down by $62,500. Police special services, we are increasing that by $5,000 based on the actuals for last year. For the admin department under police, we are increasing that overtime by $10,000. And all the other expenditures you can see. For miscellaneous tow yard startup cost, nothing was originally budgeted, so we did include $40,000 for the tow yard's operational cost, just to start up. Overtime for field operations department, we are adding $90,000 more. Uniforms and clothing, we are adding $12,000. And for training, for the field operation side, we are bringing that down by $4,000. Next item would be the fire department. For the Homeland Security Grant Fire, we are adding $4,500. And Assistant to Firefighter Grant AFEG, that would be $53,146. That $4,500 we added, that would be a wash basically. State is paying for this, so we are just basically budgeting it on the both sides, revenue and expenditures. Machinery and equipment, we are adding $58,460. And overall, for the revenue side, we are increasing our revenue by $285,000 for general fund, and we are increasing our expenditures by $348,000 just for the general fund side. So if you have any question for general fund, I can answer those right now.
Are there any questions for Ms. Deals on the general fund? Okay.
Just so I understand what we're looking at, everything in the right column, expenditures, that's in black, we're asking for an increase
Correct.
through now till June.
Right.
Okay. And then what's shown in black is what you've reduced in those categories by that amount. So black means additional spending, red means additional savings.
Correct.
Okay, and then at the bottom, it's a total of $348,000 additional expenditures for the general fund that you're asking for.
Correct.
For mid-year. And in our general fund mid-year budget, our annual budget, what was the gross total from July to June?
For the expense side?
Yes. What I'm trying to get to is, was it $10 million or $50 million or?
It was $12,730,000. Oh, sorry. It was $12,386,269. So now this would be $12,734,925.
So in the general fund, we're asking for the 348, and this doesn't show our tax, there's money still coming in, right? That's not accounted for. Are we going to be able to cover this is what I'm getting at?
Right. We still have a surplus of only $10,000 for general fund.
After the 348,655?
Correct.
So we're, okay. That was my question on that.
Ms. Vierra.
Question on what we have allocated here for the additional expenditures for the tow yard. And I know that Scott and I had spoke a couple times on this. Are we going to do any, before spending this, and I don't even know if this is the right time to ask the question, are we going to do any more research as to if this is a viable project before we spend any more money on this, or where do we stand with that, Scott?
The council did give direction to do the work, and so we already have the contractor lined up to do the work. I don't know at this point, because of the rain, how much work they've gotten done. We could look to see. Maybe Dickie's got an idea. Has there been any work done this week, Dickie? I know the rain has been an issue.
He has the poles and some of the fencing up. However, I didn't see him out there today, so I'll be making a phone call to him tomorrow. I explained, and I will give him a time by when I would like to see it done. If there's some problem or reason why he can't meet the deadline that I'd like to get it done by, then I will be in contact with the city manager for further discussion on the matter.
So obviously, work has been started. We have a price for the fence. We also have to install a security system. There's also some ground prep work that has to happen. We've got an estimate of what it's going to cost to get it up and running. It's about $40,000, which is why it's actually in the budget. There was nothing previously allocated for it. So again, we started work based upon direction to go forward, and now we're coming back to fix the problem of not having the money to have the work paid for. Beyond that, about how it's going to operate, yeah, there's still a lot of work that has to happen. We're kind of a little deficient right now in the department. I'm hoping by the end of the month, we have Chief Joseph back. It'll free up some time for the staff to kind of get into the nuts and the bolts about how they're going to operate everything. I can't give you an assessment right now if the figures that were provided before are going to be accurate. It's hard to say. There's definitely risks involved. I'm not going to tell you there aren't, and we've been candid in that conversation before. But as of today, work has been basically approved to go forward. We could stop doing any other work. Also, the council could vote to take the $40,000 out of the budget. If you did that, we'd essentially be done, except that we do have to provide for, cover the costs for the work that's already been done.
I know in previous conversations, I had questioned, and I know until Chief Joseph comes back, you don't have a lot of answers, but just in some research that I had done, I failed to find a city-operated tow yard that had been successful, that was still operating, that actually had gotten off the ground and was successful. So I just had some hesitation about spending this amount of money when we only have $10,000 left, I think is what she said, for something that, do we have any good, solid foundation of a model of this that has been successful? And I don't know, I wasn't here when all that information was given and the council voted on that. So, Jim, do you remember if any, can you give me some direction on that?
Well, it's something that I was definitely concerned about as well, because when I heard the numbers that were being tossed about what we could make out of this thing, it was staggering. But yes, there is risk involved in it, I'm sure. But I don't want to say it's a good risk. What risk is good? But I think it's something that given the assurances that I was from the police department, that once we get through the construction and the accountability stuff and all the logistical things that go along with it, we can't ignore that on a good year we're looking at $500,000 of revenue to the general fund, and in a very good year as much as $1 million.
But my question was, where did we get those numbers? Where did those numbers come from?
These were numbers that were provided to me by Chief Joseph.
Okay.
So when he returns, I'm sure he'll be more than happy to give you whatever information he has.
Okay.
But it was kind of where he was giving me the numbers of what it costs as far as the impounds are concerned and where they were going. And he says if we had our own yard, that money could be our money rather than somebody else's money. It seemed like a simple deduction, but I'm sure nothing is quite that simplistic. I'm sure that...
Just my concern is, we're not the only city in California that is suffering from financial turmoil, and I don't know of any other city, just in kind of asking around, that has successfully done this. I mean, it sounds like a good idea, but then there's also laws in place where we're not allowed to profit, where we're not allowed to show a profit from this. So I'm just kind of concerned with, I know sometimes it takes money to make money, but we also need to be able to show, okay, at least one city pulled this off successfully and was able to maintain it. And I think before we approve to spend any more money on that tow yard, at least I would like to know where the data came from a model. I can understand where the data came on a piece of paper saying, okay, and it sounds really good, but then to take that plan and actually implement it and get it to work, has anybody been able to pull that off? And being as broke as we are, can we afford to be the guinea pig in this situation?
Well, I guess my answer would be, I'm kind of being a little bit of a gambler here, I guess, but I don't know is that we can afford not to. But perhaps Sergeant Wisdom or Sergeant Novetsky can shed more light on this.
There are different formats with these vehicles. They're initially towed for 30 days. But you have to understand, and these are the numbers that I'll have to run by Sergeant Joseph when he gets back. Obviously, people are entitled to what they call post-storage hearing as to whether we would allow that vehicle back. Obviously, if they don't have a driver's license under California law, they're not going to get the vehicle back. Okay, but there are exceptions as to why there's reasons why we would give vehicles back. Example, does anybody in here ask somebody for their driver's license? Obviously not. But you loan your car to somebody and their vehicle gets stored because he or she was an unlicensed driver. Would it be fair for me to now punish you for what this person did? So they're entitled to these post-storage hearings. However, on this, you're charging this fee, impoundment fee daily, and then there's a processing cost from the PD, which is $211. So every vehicle could be different on what you would get. If somebody, and some people buy what we call throwaway cars. They buy these cheapest cars, they drive them, and they only pay $1,000 for them. So if the police get them and you hold it for 30 days, they don't care. They're not going to come get it back. So there's different things that I factored and look at, but I haven't had Chief Joseph obviously was gone, haven't sat down and be able to explain the pros and cons, in my opinion, as to what I think we should and shouldn't do. Can we obviously make money for the city doing this? Yes, we can. But there's things that I feel that we need to do to improve those things. Those are things that I explained before. If that vehicle that person got, and it gets them from point A to point B, is only $1,000, and you hold it for 30 days, they're not going to come get it. They're going to let it go, and they're going to just go out and get another one somewhere else from somebody else.
So what do we do with those vehicles?
Well, the thing of it is, a lot of those vehicles, they don't come get after 30 days or lien sale. Now, what do you get for a lien sale through, say, pick and pull? It depends on the how good the car is. I mean, if it's a piece of junk, maybe 200 up to maybe 400. But then again, if you have these post-storage hearings where there's legitimate reasons under the law why we would give these vehicles back, and I'm not going to give it back unless they have a driver's license because there's liability. However, you're still going to make money. You wouldn't make as much as 30 days, but they might come get that junk vehicle back out, and we don't get stuck because we could still make a little more that way. It just depends. There's different options that I haven't had the time to sit down and explain all the different formats that would go on, weighing the pros and cons.
Right. I understand.
And we don't want to impound vehicles that are wrecked in there. The reason is, with insurance claims and stuff, we're going to have them in another area. We have another area of city, but at Patrick, we're taking up his space over there when we've already taken some of it with the tow yard. If that vehicle wrecked in there, this could take 6 months before we get out. So I've recommended him, I wouldn't want to see any wrecked vehicles in there. They'd have to go to a separate area, which we have.
What is is there a projected expense I'm assuming the police department would be manning the tow yard. What is the projected expense for the additional personnel to man the tow yard?
Well, this is part of the discussion. I didn't know, he hasn't gone that far ahead and discussed that with me, how he wants to staff it. Another thing, I don't have the figures in front of me, but I'm just guessing that there's a percentage of people that are bilingual too. I know that Patrick has people out there, he said he would offer, but you have people that are also bilingual that you have to consider that you have to deal with when you talk to these people.
Okay.
Cindy, to answer your question, it was the city of Montclair that studied.
Can you guys pass the mic down?
Sorry.
I like the wireless one. Don't we have a wireless microphone? Gina?
Councilwoman
Don't we have a-
Vierra, the city that was studied was Montclair.
Okay.
The city of Montclair. That's what research was done through our executive assistant, Tina Lamison, who did a lot of the paperwork in regards to this project. So a lot of that data would be available through her, but
Okay.
that is the city that was modeled.
What is their, do you know, are they similar in size to Atwater, or what is
I
their
don't, I don't
size
know their
compared?
exact size of the city, but that's the model that was used.
Great, thank you very much.
Sure.
Mr. Vineyard?
Actually, Councilwoman Vierra asked a couple of the questions. I'm just want to clarify this in my mind here. We have no reserve fund, correct?
Correct.
So basically, passing this leaves us $10,000. So that $10,000 is basically our reserve fund, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Creighton?
This is for Chief Dickey. Of the 348,655, you're asking tonight for 187,500 of that. The line items here are kind of vague. They don't go into detail. Can you go starting at overtime and work your way down to uniform and clothing expenses, field operations? What does all that entail?
Which number are you at first?
On the bottom towards.
Go to the category Police Department.
I see that. On yours. Okay.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, first one, overtime, 10,000. That's just an additional. That's like a regular type overtime.
That was
run-
covered for the dispatch center because we're down to 4 dispatchers. We have a full-time dispatcher in background right now. We're hoping to have her cleared any day so that we can start her to fill that position. So we won't have to be paying overtime for that position anymore.
Okay. Special department expenses, that's probably pens, paper, stuff like that?
Yes, that's what that is.
Okay. The $15,000 one,
Yeah, that's for uniform allowances for officers. As an example, I went to the cleaners the other day and something was wrong with their boiler, so I couldn't pick up my uniform. So if I wouldn't have had a third uniform, I wouldn't have had a uniform to wear this week. We try to keep 3 uniforms for each person because we have holidays, weekends, and then they work overtime. So they always are not going to get to the cleaners. They're closed on weekends, they're closed on holidays.
Okay.
And then we have people that
so the
work
question
extra
on
shifts.
the uniform one is, that's the extra 15,000 to clean uniforms in?
That's correct.
Okay. We based it off of last year's expenses, what you guys were allocated. How did we miss it by 15,000? That's a lot of cleaning. One here.
Yeah, I think, just for reference here, I think the one that's increased by 15,000 is special departmental
Okay,
expense.
okay, you're right.
Yeah.
That was 5,000.
The other one's 5,000. So the departmental expenses I thought was 5,000. Go back to that one, Chief Dickey.
Yeah, you're back on a uniform still?
No, the uniform's clear, I got that.
Okay, all right.
Go one above that, the 15,000 for the special expenses. That's why I like paper. Go ahead. You have the same problem I got?
Yes, I see where you're at. Let's see.
So for that one, originally, there was 7,000 budgeted, and so far they incurred cost of $6,500 in there. But, of course, they're requesting to increase that by 15.
What kind of stuff's in that? What are you talking about when you spend 15,000?
That could be expenditure related to only their department.
Correct.
I can do more research on this and get you all the items in there.
No, I don't want to, like, special department expenses, 15,000, what, I mean, that's pretty vague. I don't need every single item you buy, but that's an additional on top of the 6,500 you guys put in for the year, right? That's like 3 times bigger than what you asked for. What are we buying that we need so bad?
Well, special department expenses could be,
I'm just looking for what the big expense there is.
well, as an example, when we have a vehicle that's crashed right now,
Okay.
there's money where this is going to have to come out of.
So the vehicle
And
we
these
just,
are on-
like
these
the
are on-
body shop cost for the vehicle we just wrecked?
Correct.
Okay, I understand it. Okay, we'll move on to the $40,000, which is the tow yard. We
yard.
talked about that. Overtime, 90 on top of, how much do we have allocated for the overtime?
We originally had 150. So far, I mean, as of December 31st, they incurred $146,000.
Okay, so our overtime's going up pretty fast.
And that special department expenses is also the pound fees. We
No,
have
that's
to
fine.
buy-
I got the gist of that.
We have
I'm
to
okay
buy
with that.
flares, things like that.
So the dog pound's in that?
Correct.
Yeah.
And then the flares we just ordered too,
Okay.
that are part of that.
We don't have that detail up here, so I just want to make sure
You
we're
are
not just
correct.
writing checks.
Sure, a lot of this stuff is like the live scan, it could be the impound fees, it can be for the pound fees, it could be different expenditures that is lumped under one category, so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of those expenditures are kind of lumped in together as special in the sense of pound fees, live scan, flares, any type of equipment that we might need to have like day-to-day operations for equipment-wise of, getting the vehicles, first aid kits, so on and so forth.
Okay. So we're on the overtime now.
Correct.
Explain field operation. I'm not familiar with all the language in PD.
Well, the field operations is for the patrol people. That's covering overtime because we're down people. Matter of fact, we had one officer that was out for surgery for almost a month. He just came back. We had another officer who's on family leave. We had to cover him. He just came back. We had another officer that just went out on family leave. It's gone now. And we have another officer that's still out on a workers' comp at this point. So this is overtime covered in that, plus,
In your department of 27 guys, I think that's still current, right? 27. We're out 8 people?
well, yes, we are, because we're down, we're down 27, we've got 2, actually we're 25. Because we have one out on family leave and then the other one on workers' comp, so we're down to 25.
So we're only down 2 then?
So right at this point, yes.
I counted almost 8 when you said,
Well, our original amount of people that we had when we were at full staff was 34. Then we're at 27, but I still have 2 people out, so that puts us down to 25.
okay, but I'm trying to make sense of this. So from the June to July, we're down 2 additional people from the 27.
Correct. I mean, when he says 34 people, that was so many years ago, so.
Okay.
But full staff would be 34.
Part of the overtime is in relation to, it could be court overtime, it can actually be any overtime relating to not only shift coverage, it can be callbacks, it can be any type of, we actually have an overtime
Can you go into
expenditure.
the callback portion for me? Is that a large portion of this
A
expense?
callback would be if you're calling somebody in, like somebody calls in sick, they're calling in. And then we have the shift coverage where that's designated covering the shifts for operations if somebody's out, covering vacations, comp time, so on and so forth. We run at what's called a minimum staffing, so we have to maintain certain numbers out on patrol. So field operations covers those different categories. There's different categories we utilize for field operations.
We also
all the
have to
time.
cover sick, vacation, and accumulated time off. And then people are
I mean,
mandated.
cum time is like when they have too much on the books and they have to take time?
Well, yes, and instead of pay, they take what we call accumulated time off. So we have to fill that.
Comp time?
Right, correct. Vacation, sick leave, we have to cover that also and all that. Court, all of our court is tied up in that also.
It can cover anything, the overtime could be anything from a late detail, if an officer has a late call for service. Overtime is broken down in what we do a overtime report. And how that is it's authorized through if an officer has a late report, an assignment they come in for. A lot of collateral duties are being assigned to field operations in the sense of background investigations, internal investigations, special investigations, traffic operations. Back because of the reduction of force we had over the years, because at one point we did have like 30-some police officers, now we've allocated those assignments and duties to in an overtime capacity because we're not backfilling those positions. So what that does, it does incur an overtime cost to not only maintain our staffing levels, we have, that's why we went to different shift models to try and, reduce overtime. Then we ended up going back to the 10-hour model for the different types of shift coverage to have overlapping shifts again. And so the overtime is actually broken down. So if you guys had any questions in regards to that, getting an overtime report, I can speak on that.
Also, we're starting to send officers to perishable skills, which is mandated training for every officer in the department by the state. So we either work short or we have to backfill that with overtime. Matter of fact, we were trying to send 2 at a time, but it's not working due to the manpower, so we're sending 1 at a time. So we can cut down on the overtime cost. We're just moving different pieces in place and coming up with different ideas to try to keep the cost down.
Okay, I'm just trying to grasp the $90,000 increase. We had 60 on the books for that. So by being down 2 guys, it's actually, with the overtime, is about $150,000 is what we're going to spend at the end of the year. I'm just trying to see how we get to these numbers and why.
Well, it's a projected overtime because we don't know if tonight.
What's our actuarial right now?
146.
And we budgeted how much?
150.
Okay. So you're going to have to be tight the last part of the year.
Correct. And these are just projections. Like I said, we're trying to work within a framework to cover shifts as minimal as possible. Like if one of my sergeants takes off during the week, whether he's sick or whatever during the week, like if Bill takes off during the week, I'm not calling another sergeant. I'm doing the double duty so that I can save the city money. So we are trying to cut costs wherever we can.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. LaQuinda, did you? I think if I might just also, some of the things that are not here that are, well, one thing in particular, a general fund item is the business of what we are doing or not doing with respect to animals that go to the shelter. And this is something that we've been discussing. That bill comes to us to the tune of around $20,000 every month. So we're trying to get a handle on that one, and we've had discussions with the city of Merced to possibly in a joint venture to try to get a facility that we might be able to partner with the city financially so that we can cut that number down. We're still working through that. It's not an easy deal, but one thing is for sure, $20,000 a month just to go and put dogs and cats over at the county pound, city of Atwater. So we do $20,000 a month. The city of Merced is spending $40,000 a month on average to put dogs and cats over in the county shelter. So that's a lot of money that we need to keep home here. And if we could just cut that one in half, we'd be miles ahead. So just as an informational item, that's something that we're trying to address. LaQuinda, if you have.
Okay. So we are moving forward to Major H Fund. This fund, we are making a salary increase by $6,000 for part-timers. We're adding an evidence clerk part-time position, and this $6,000 is only for 2 months' salary. So we are projecting if we can have somebody hired by May, then that person can be covered for rest of the fiscal year. A leave accrual buyout, we did not budget anything originally, so there is an expense of $1,142, so we are making that adjustment by adding that amount. Over time, we are increasing by $30,000. Originally, we had it budgeted $45,000, so far we incurred $42,000 in that cost, so we are increasing it by $30,000 more. A special department expense that was the fence we got for the parking lot in the back for PD side. This money was not budgeted anywhere, so to pay that invoice, we added it to Major H for $25,910. For equipment, that's the firearms and weapons, $33,000. Machinery and equipment, that includes 1 command vehicle for fire and 3 vehicles for police. And all these expenditures already went to the Major H committee about 2 weeks ago, so they are aware of all these expenditures. For the police grant fund, basically it's just a wash. Office of Traffic Safety grant, that grant is done, so we incurred all the cost, whatever we had to do for that project, so we are bringing that one down by $22,000. So then, of course, on the expense side, we are bringing that down by $24,000. We are adding $10,000 for BJA, Bulletproof Vest grant, $10,000. Then we have to increase a special department expense by $1,400. For gas tax fund, we are adding cost for these CIP projects. Then, of course, under salary and benefits, we have moved 2 employees to maintenance districts. They were funded for 2 months in gas tax, now vacant position unfilled for next 10 months in this fiscal year. So that will save us about $131,000 under gas tax. But of course, that cost is being moved to maintenance districts. Professional services, we are increasing it by $47,000. And for training, we are bringing that budget down by $4,000. Parks and Recreation Fund, we are adding these 2 CIP projects to that fund. For redevelopment obligation retirement, we are bringing that expense down by $185,000. These are just revised projections for that. Law and Modification Inc. Housing Asset Fund. These are the loan payments. I think it's the program that first-time home buyers program. So that revenue is being increased by $67,000. So I'm going to just skip over all these small ones. Under maintenance districts reserve, of course, we are adding upgrades and improvement to pumps. That's $30,000, and the 2 employees we moved from gas fund to this, we are adding that cost of $80,000 to maintenance districts. Under water enterprise fund, for professional services, we are increasing it by $115,000. It's the TCP litigation cost and maintenance management software. For water fund capital replacement, we are adding all these CIP projects. So Some of these projects has started and some of them are not, but they were not added in the original budget, but we have enough funds in that fund to cover all these projects. Any question on this page?
Are there any questions so far for Ms. Gill?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No
Mr.
problem. Just confirming on the BIA Bulletproof Vest grant, that's those matching dollars?
Correct.
Okay. And then the playground, miscellaneous park and playground improvements, is that because it's being mandated by the state that it's an upgrade to the existing, do we know?
No, not necessarily. Earlier in this fiscal year, thanks to a grant written by Lori Waterman, the city received a grant from Greenfields, which is a company that manufactures outdoor fitness equipment. So we are planning on placing outdoor fitness equipment in a section of Veterans Park later on this spring when the weather gets a little better. So that cost will basically include the cost for concrete and the cost for fencing and the installation costs for this equipment.
Thank you.
Mr. Creighton?
The Parks and Recs Fund, that's not a general fund item?
No, it's not. It's a separate fund.
That's a developer fee fund?
No, this is just a small fund dedicated for parks and recreation. Usually does only have CIP projects, so there's
Okay.
no personnel or anybody in there.
Okay. Then on the Measure H, the total for the Measure H comes out to almost, well, right, $300,000, is that correct? For expenditures requested?
Yes, $301,000.
Okay, and what's our balance in Measure H right now?
Well, we're pretty much using all the savings for a Measure H fund. We don't have a surplus. We do have a shortfall for this year after these adjustments of $368,000. And next year, I think we only have about $123,000 left in savings as a fund balance.
Okay, and our projected balance from, I'm looking back 3 council meetings ago, where our trend was deficit, when does it expire?
It's going to expire in 2022.
So in 2020, we were going to hit deficits then. With this expenditure, does that accelerate that?
No, this was not included in that forecast.
So it accelerate that deficit?
Earlier, yes.
So just to clarify,
Hold on, Mr. Raymond first.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Punch in,
Mary.
please.
Just for confirmation, we're already basically headed for negative in Measure H next year as well?
Yes, in fiscal year 2019, we will be looking at a deficit or a shortfall, I should say. I mean, we've been using all our savings or fund balance for past 3 years now, but after all these large adjustments, of course, our fund balance is going down. So next year, we will only have a fund balance of $123,000.
Thank you.
LaQuinta, let's take 10.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. The wheels
Hey, did you bring that for everybody? I did.
Give the mayor any?
If we could just go ahead and continue with our financial report, Ms. Deal.
Okay. So, under DBCP settlement, we are adding one CIP project. So for Sewer Enterprise Fund, these are the few CIP projects we are adding. Then for professional services, we are increasing that cost by by $15,000 for the maintenance management software program. Then the communications wireless card, that's only $240. For the special departmental expense, we are adding RAS pump repair at a wastewater treatment plant for $15,000. For sewer fund, we do have enough balance to cover all these additional costs. Moving to internal services fund, we are adding 2 CIP projects to that. Uniform and clothing, we are adding $760. Overtime, we are increasing by $2,300. Another big one is professional services. That's the vehicle maintenance cost increased due to fire and PD's vehicles going to the shop, other shops besides ours. So then for machinery and equipment, we are bringing that budget down by $67,000. For employee benefit fund, we are bringing unemployment insurance down by $10,000. For risk management fund, we are bringing life insurance by $1,000 down and disability insurance by $3,000 down. So overall, besides the general fund, we are increasing our revenue by $77,000 and increasing our expenditures by $3.4 million. This is majority of the CIP projects in there. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Mr. Creighton.
Okay, the CIP on the water for the water well Avenue 1.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't done anything with that year to date? Because this Avenue 1, doesn't that fall right on the cuffs of Ferrari Ranch?
Yeah, it's very close to it.
Okay.
I know that in the past we've done some testing there, well. I'm not sure to what extent we've done any other work this year. So, but I do know it's an item that we've got some pressure issues, and they've been planning on it. So
Okay.
it'd be ambitious to get it this year. I don't know that we're going to get it done this year.
But part of our water master plan, that well, Patrick, is identified in the master plan. That's our next well to come online and the location to come online?
It would be the next location, correct.
Okay. Then LaQuinder on the, educate me on the internal service fund, why that's not a general fund. That's like same thing as the parks we talked about earlier?
Correct. This is a separate fund, yes.
Okay, so professional services, vehicle maintenance, cost increase, PD fire. I've been saying all along that we have one mechanic out there. If we had another mechanic out there full-time, just work on PD and fire alone. And let Jesse, however you guys work that out, but I think we need another individual out there. We got one mechanic, and then he's up against the vacation time. He has to take time off, and then we have nobody out there, and then we're gonna have to do this more and more and more.
I think this is the cost, like whichever things our mechanic is not able to do, so then we have to send our vehicles to other shops and stuff, so to cover
Right.
that cost.
In addition to if he's not there, so if he's on vacation, because he's,
If he's not there and I've ran into this problem, then we have to take it to a local garage to get it fixed, which is normally, a lot of times, stuff he can. Obviously, there's some real serious things that could go out, but
Sure.
that's more like a 1% type thing versus he can fix mostly everything 99% of the time.
but
However,
Chief,
if he's
when you're-
gone, it's a problem, yes.
when you're dealing with stuff, I mean, I'm a little bit familiar with Public Works mechanic shop. Chief, most of the time, it's your guys, your cars going over there, getting stuff fixed. We need fast turnaround, keep the cost down, and do the same type services, brakes, tire rotations, tires, all that stuff. If we had another guy out there, this is a $20,000 increase over the budget, right? So we could almost pay for another guy if we thought this out in the June, July budget. We need to seriously talk about
Well,
additional mechanic
Patrick could
to-
talk about this, but and I'm just giving an estimate, I would say that Jesse probably spends about 80% of his time on PD vehicles, because they're driven 24/7, 365, but I think Patrick could
And he's
talk
just
on that more
keeping stuff
accurately.
running. If he had a little bit more time, you guys would have a better product. Right, Patrick?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, yes, we are short-staffed in that fleet maintenance division, but we're short-staffed everywhere, you know, not only in Public Works, but throughout the city. But I think LaQuinter kind of hit this pretty good, is the fact that there's certain repairs, especially on fire trucks, that we just don't have the capability to do if we had 10 guys in there. You know, it's a matter of having this scanner equipment that they scan the engines with and determine what the problem is. We don't even have that to be able to diagnose that stuff. So number one, we got to be able to diagnose it. Number two, we got to be able to have the training to fix it. At this time, we have either,
Yeah.
either, so.
I agree. I think, but that wouldn't quite run it up this high in the PD cost. I think we could probably hit both and realize, like you said, that there's just certain things that will always be sent out, like the ladder truck and things like that.
On the PD vehicles, it's not as bad as, say, the fire, I believe, but on the PD vehicles, Jesse usually can do most of the repairs. The problem comes in is without that second person, and when he's gone and we run into a major problem, then we have to farm it out to somebody, and it's a cost factor.
Thank you.
Can I ask, when it comes to going out, and maybe Scott, you can answer this either way, is that on a sole source provider type basis, or are we contracted with somebody to take on?
As far as I know, we weren't contracted with anybody. Before, when they were asking me to send the vehicles, was to Jack's or Better. However, I have been talking, and I was going to explain this to Chief Joseph when he came back, because there are mechanics that I'd like to talk to and just get bids what they would charge the city, which maybe would be a little lower rate than they would charge the average person, because the type of volume of work they would probably get from us. So definitely that's something we should look at also.
Well, that was kind of my question, and coming behind Mr. Creighton was, hiring somebody is all well and good when you can afford that sort of thing, but if we could contract with somebody, then we don't have to worry about the vacation times and things like that. And I don't know, if we can work out some kind of an arrangement with somebody here in town or, somewhere locally here.
I've been in contact with one gentleman who has a shop in Winton. I'm waiting to get an estimate. I told him I'd like to add an estimate as to what he would charge us to work on our city vehicles.
We do have a resolution, though, on keeping things in-house. Remember that?
I understand.
in
that's where
Atwater.
what I'm trying to do.
I'm just saying, he said
I just wanna
locally,
make sure
Atwater, Winton, or whatever, just for bids.
Right, and what I'm wondering is if we can, I don't know, an RFQ, an RFP, one of the other, to see if there's somebody that can, perform the service, and give it to us at a decent rate, and maybe help us to save some money. I realize the police vehicles are probably the most abused that there is, if you want to call it that. I know that they run 24/7, and I've been out there in them, and I've seen how they get hammered. And if something gets broke,
Well,
gotta get fixed.
in-city driving is always harder on a vehicle.
Sure.
Versus, that's why with the CHP and the sheriffs, they do go to calls too, but they're driving further distance. So if you look at where we drive, everything's stop and go, stop
Yeah,
and go.
I
And that's
understand.
always harder on a
Yep,
vehicle.
been there, seen it. So, yeah, you're preaching to the choir, so to speak here, so, yeah. Okay, very good, thanks. Ms. Vierra?
This question's for Chief Wisdom. I know a lot of our overtime in PD right now is due to our staffing. Do we have any candidates in background? Any light on the horizon of new officers coming into the city of Atwater?
Well, right now, we have, first, one of our problems with that was our dispatcher. We have her in backgrounds right now. We're getting ready to try to set up an oral board shortly for another position, and that's what we're going to be probably trying to start next week.
For a dispatch or PD?
That'll be for a PD position. We want to set up an oral board and get that part started so that we have the oral board completed. We can get people in background so that when that's completed and the city decides to hire somebody, then we'll have them up and ready to go.
Got you. Thank you.
Does that complete your report?
Yes. I know, I feel the same way.
Okay, are there any questions, comments for LaQuinder on any items here? Mr. Creighton?
I know this is mid-year, but for the annual budget, I don't know how we got to the condensed version, but I want to go back to our traditional municipal budget.
So the budget process will be starting pretty much this week after we get these adjustments in our system. So then it is about 3-4 months process where we will have multiple workshops for the city council, and the budget, the preliminary numbers, they get presented to the audit and finance committee meeting. So there is a lot of interaction with during that time with the council and public, of course, and the audit and finance committee too. So, but this is just for the mid-year.
Right, but as we're moving forward.
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to get that out there, that we get back to our traditional citywide budget we had since we've been incorporated until just a few years ago. So you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, the long, big, thick.
But it's basically,
Are you talking
your general
about?
ledger already has all that broke out, so that's
Right.
just folding the general ledger into a comprehensive budget document.
Right.
So we wouldn't be creating all these new line items, they already exist.
You're talking about a pro forma?
Oh, he's talking about the
city budget.
format.
Right.
We're just talking about having some more details in the description. Like,
Right.
we're talking tonight, like, what's special departmental expense? I think once we go through a budget process, we get a better sense of it, but we're asking for some more details on what those things represent.
Right,
Right.
just go back to the way things used to be with that detail.
Okay. Any further comments or questions? Okay. If
I have a
not-
question.
Yes. Punch in your button?
Sorry. I have my name written down.
Go ahead.
Okay, so if there are items on here, and maybe I'm jumping the gun, that we don't agree with, then what do we do? So for instance, I have a great concern with the $301,202 for Measure H that is being budgeted, and we don't have that in Measure H. So if we want to say, okay, whoa, pull that back a little bit, how do we go about that? We just don't approve it, or, I'm sorry, I just don't know what the procedure is for that.
No, perfectly fine. So, we do have the money available in Measure H. It's not necessarily what's coming in today, but it's what's coming in through the fiscal year plus what the balance is. So the money is there. The issue is it makes the fund go negative quicker than we anticipated. So what you see here, there would be funds to cover it. So you can make adjustments. For example, you could say, I don't think we should spend $205,000 on equipment. I think we should spend $150,000. You can make a motion to change that. The other thing to keep in mind, though, is something like machinery. You're not authorizing to be expended tonight. That has to come back again for a process to do that. Probably a bid call process, or it could be through a piggyback process. You can provide more direction then on what you want to see. even if you had 205,000, let's say, allocated, we wouldn't necessarily have to spend all those funds before the end of the year. So those are a couple of different ways you can go about doing it.
Mr. Creighton.
To echo what Cindy's saying, but what I hear is what was in the budget, you guys approved it, so we already bought it. Or, but you're saying, there's a process where the city's got to go to a competitive bid over X amount of dollars or whatever. But we don't want to give the illusion that we're okay with just spending. I mean, we need to get in the trend of being fiscally responsible and try to live within our means. Somebody sat down and said, we need this much for the year, and we're, how many, $3 million, what we're asking for tonight for mid-year?
Correct.
I mean, I know that a lot of the millions here is the water, which capital improvements, you take capital improvements out,
Right.
we're just basically back to Measure H and PD.
And general fund.
There wasn't much in the general fund, was there? 60, yeah.
There's about 348,000 in the general fund too.
With,
first
that was a
thing.
PD overtime and all, you're right.
Correct.
But I mean, you take PD and the Measure H,
Yes, those are the
those are
big
the two
funds.
things we're looking at, because everything else, the millions, the other $2 million, the water, capital.
Correct.
That capital, those are covered. We're not going to be going into a deficit doing those things.
Right.
So that 3 million, I wish I had another item over here to the right of that, which said, it's really this what we're doing, and we have to be stewards of the Measure H. And how are we stewards if we spend it all now? I know we're going to get more, but then it stops coming in, then we run the deficit. So we owe hundreds of thousands of dollars on a fire truck. We need police vehicles, we need stuff. The board's got to decide what's fair and balanced here. That's my only comment.
And that'll all come by way of our workshops as we get closer to the budget. Mr. Raymond.
This is going to sound kind of funny, but is it possible to kind of piggyback off what the city manager was saying, to approve this with the caveat of a spending freeze? So we approve it, but put in there that, up to X amount of dollars, the departments can spend, but anything over, they have to come to the council for the approval to spend at that time.
I think we already have that. You have a purchasing policy, and it outlines all that. But I've noticed that we haven't necessarily adhered to it. I'll be quite honest. I haven't seen us bringing things forward that we're supposed to in that policy. And so, I mean, I have no issue. If one of the first things I did, taking over as an interim, was basically tell everyone, we're not doing things right. If you don't know what the purchasing policy is or what the requirements are, you're going to learn it real quick. If you don't know what the bid process is, you're going to learn that too. So I don't have any issues to enforce that because you already have that established.
Okay, that's kind of what I wanted to hear because, for a long time, we've been doing business the wrong way, and, it's time we set a new precedence for the city.
Well, I don't want to, nitpick anything, but you have a couple examples here tonight already. You had a fence for security that was basically directed to be installed, and yet there wasn't any money in the budget for it. And so normally you wouldn't do that. If you're going to do that project, you would have a budget amendment when you brought the item forward, so it's all approved at one time. You're approving who's going to do the work, and the budget amendment's done at one time. That's how you really should do it, not like we did it, unfortunately.
Correct. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Vierra.
Sorry, one more question. So I know that I've earlier voiced my concerns with the tow yard, and the council had previously approved to move forward with that. And that's kind of, I think, what Paul and I are a little nervous about tonight is, and Brian or whoever, if we approve this, then it just starts happening maybe before we're ready for it to happen. So is there any way in approving this with these numbers in the tow yard that we're going to be assured that Scott will have a due diligence to maybe speak with Tina or Chief Joseph when he gets back before we continue to spend money on that project, so that we can see that that it is a viable project? Or, I mean, or does the rest of the council feel confident that they've already been given enough information to say, yes, Cindy, you missed it, but this is definitely a viable project?
Well, speaking for myself, I think it is a viable project, and we're already in the middle of, putting things together out there, and be perfectly honest, it'd be a waste of the money if we didn't see it through. I mean, I think that, if it doesn't work, we make the money that we can to go and zero out what we put into it and call it quits, pull the plug. But, our options are real short on what we have in the way of generating revenue and doing things. We can go for the low-hanging fruit wherever we can. Again, like the business with the animals going over to the county. That's scandalous. 20 grand a month out of our budget going over to the county to go and take animals over there and then stick a needle in them and kill them. That's ridiculous. And, the people of this city deserve a whole lot better. So if we can do something about that and do it in conjunction with Merced, then that's one of the things we've got to do. Mr. Vineyard.
Yeah, I'm on the fence about the tow yard. I mean, I think we're going to be okay once we get it up and going. I'm not convinced we're going to make $500,000. I'm not convinced to put it in the budget and start spending that money if we don't have it. So I am interested in trying to get it up and running and see if it does make it, because that would be fantastic. And if it brings in 100,000 or
Right, at the very least.
150, at the lowest end, at least that's something coming in. And so that's kind of really why I actually went for it in the first place, is something to try to get that money to come in.
I agree, and I'm not in opposition to it. I just, somewhere along the line, missed the step of where that footprint, where that plan, where we saw someone else do it, or I just missed a step somewhere along the way, so that's why I was a little hesitant. You've got to spend money to make money, and I get that, but to have in our budget a presumption of income before it's here, I think we're silly, and we're mismanaging money to put an income in the budget that we're just picking a number out of the air. Just my thoughts on that.
I don't think we're pulling a number out of the air. I was given what I felt to be a pretty honest assessment of what we could generate out of it, given the amount of vehicles that are towed and impounded. Is it like on average like 3 a day? I heard at one point.
Well, it depends. I've checked with Tina, and the recidivism rate for them getting these vehicles back has only been averaging 7 to 10 a month on the 30-day. That gets back to the question that you were saying, Cindy, about these vehicles that when they have these post-storage hearings, those are figures that are not factored in. That's what I was going to speak with Chief Joseph about. But also I explained to him that this operation will make money. The question is that we need to really let it run its course for a year. Some months are going to be higher than others. You can't predict that. But until you run this one full year, then you can do an average as to what you're making. And you're right. I mean, that's money that's coming in, but I wouldn't, get overjoyed in wanting to spend it. It might be something of a reserve or something. But you can't, anything you do new, there's going to be little glitches that are going to come across. But to get a fair thing, like one quarter may be greater than the other quarter. Summer may be greater than winter. We won't know that till we run it for that year.
And I agree, and let me say one more time, it's not that I have a hesitation of the project. I have a hesitation of spending money before we've made the money. So if I go to a job interview tomorrow, I'm not going to go spend $2,000 on a new outfit for my job when I don't have the job yet. We're anticipating income. We have nothing to base it on other than one other city that is about 12,000 people larger than what we are. You understand what I'm saying? We're spending money to get this going with one example, and I wasn't here and you were, so I'm gonna trust that you were overseeing that. I somehow I remember being here and there was quite a bit of a discussion on it, and then I just don't remember seeing I guess, the piece of information that I'm wanting for security of, hey, Merced did it, Turlock did it, and Chowchilla did it, and we're right here, and we're all very similar in size, and we're all very similar in demographics, and it is working. So I guess that's the piece of the puzzle that I'm missing.
Yeah, just to clarify on the tow yard, yes, it is not common in this area to have a tow yard. We did take that model from the Montclair. With the tow yard, again, and I want to stress, and you kind of hit on it before with towing for profit. We're not towing for profit. We're not changing our operations by any means of giving, hey, go out and do this, this, and that. We're just towing like we normally do. So there is a variable of, we might get a tow. It's based on, we're just doing regular policing. We're not doing, with this tow yard, I want people to understand, we're not doing anything outside the normal to, quote unquote, make money, generate money. Yes, is it going to generate money? Yes. But on the flip side, I really want everybody to understand the tow yard is just a facility we're using in our, like, in-house. We're not using it to, like I said, make money. We're just continuing our operations. And with that being said, it's, some days we get one tow, some days we get 3 tows. It depends on how, especially with our staffing levels of how much time we have to, do traffic enforcement. And we do traffic enforcement for educating the public and enforcing the traffic laws because that's a quality of life issue. It's not, I really want to stress, the tow yard is going to have some variables. It's going to, we are projecting based on what we are currently, our model of currently towing. We're not going to do anything that would constitute, kind of a towing for profit model. So we're not able to give, hey, yeah, we're going to tow 5 cars a day kind of model.
Sure.
This is just a general average. So it is going to be a variable of just, we are going to continue our mission like we normally do of constitutionally policing the city. So we're not, having those legal issues come up later where it can be challenged of saying, hey, all of a sudden you guys are towing X amount of cars every day, now that you have your own tow yard. The operation will remain the same, we're just utilizing our own facility. Hopefully that kind of clarifies any questions in regards to the tow yard.
Okay. Let me go to Scott here and come right back to you.
LaQuinder, could you tell the council and the public what you started out with for projections for revenue on the tow yard and what we're looking to include at mid-year?
Well, we projected with $100,000 for this fiscal year, but I brought it down to $40,000 only. So,
right. So we've obviously reduced it down. And I think I understand the point you're making that we're still thinking we're going to have $40,000 in revenue, and I think the concern is that, from our discussions, we're looking at about a $10,000 surplus, let's say, at the end of the year. I mean, there's a lot of variables. That $10,000 could be changed one way or another very quickly. There's no doubt about it. It's very tight. We'll do our best to manage it, but it is very tight. The one thing I just would like to point out is that it is a little bit unfortunate that some of the decision about the expense of installing it has to be put on the council after the election. Really, that $40,000 should have been done when it was directed to go forward. The budget amendment should have been done right then and there, and then that would have been at least resolved at that point. And that's how it should have been done. But it's now that you're doing it post-fact that now we're working on it already in process.
Just to add on that, for the first year, if we are only projecting 40 in revenue, so that will basically cover the cost only. So we are not projecting any revenue for the first few months, anyways, just because we don't know how things gonna go. So,
Mr. Raymond?
I'd love to see this not work in the sense that everyone's following the laws, but we all know that's not going to happen. And in that regard, I hope it does work and is successful. My question is for legal. So before we get off on how much money we're going to spend on this, is it, to the best of your knowledge, are we able to make a profit on something like this?
I've never been asked to look at that, and I don't know the answer to that. I haven't seen the contracts. I haven't seen anything on this. I'm really sorry. I haven't been to a city council meeting in a couple months. So I did write myself a note to ask Tom if somebody in our office was ever asked to look at this and what the analysis was about whether or not we can actually make a profit. So I'm hoping that all that was already looked at and it wouldn't have been allowed to go forward, but sometimes you have to understand that things happen here without asking us if it's okay to do it. So I will look at it and we will report back at the next council meeting if we think there is a concern about that.
Okay, thank you. I just don't want to go down a rabbit hole and be at the end of the line and have a big stop. You know, just better look at it now and get it taken care of.
Understood. Okay. Anything else?
No, I'm good.
Okay, if there's no further questions, let's see, what are we doing with this? Well, I don't know that there's any recommendation here. Is it?
It's a motion.
Oh, okay.
Public comment or no?
Okay, I got it.
Comments?
Mr.
Yes.
Hernandez?
Daniel Hernandez again. I had a discussion with the tow yard owners on Went Way. I don't know if you're willing to do this. You're spending a lot of money on this yard. If you could get into a discussion with him as to sharing, you know, getting a profit, and they do the work, you know, it might be some kind of money that you will be able to get without having to put anybody out there, and not having to put up a yard, and not having to put up, you know, to have people, you know, to pay. If you get a little bit out there, you know, and start thinking and talking to people, you might find out that you can get some of these things done. Now, this has been kicked around since September, and a lot of people that I talked to said they're going to leave everybody in Atwater afoot. A lot of people here in this town don't like it. I happen to know some senior citizens that are on the verge of losing their licenses, but they have to get to the grocery store. You start taking away their cars and impounding them, they're sure as hell ain't going to get to the store. Now, even if they wanted to get the car out, they're on fixed incomes, they can't get that car out. So you need to take a little bit of a consideration for the people that live here, which mostly it's a retirement community, outside of the people that just transit in here from all over the state and the West. Now, the other thing is, on top of that, is you were talking about not having nobody to repair vehicles down there at the corporate yard. 4 years ago, there's still somebody that was reduced, it was removed from the mechanic shop, you know, and he took a job, you know, just in something else. You can bring this guy back, you know, into the mechanic shop, you know, to assist the one person that you have there. I'm going to look him up and I'll bring him here next week, next meeting. But I think you'll find him. And I think that's part of a solution, you know, to this business of taking cars out to various shops around here that charge you, you know, for fixing flat tires or whatever it is on a patrol car. Understand something. A patrol car, you've got to have accessibility to these vehicles, and they got to be in top shape. Don't screw it up for an officer out there on the street. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Okay, entertain a motion. No,
No, it's action.
there's adjustments. Mr. Vineyard.
Motion to adopt resolution number 2935-17 with the amendments.
Is there a second? I'll second it. Any further discussion? Call for the question.
Vierra.
Can I go backwards and ask a question?
Go ahead.
Okay, so by approving this, we're just simply approving that we received it? We're not approving these expenditures, is that
Approving-
correct? Or, so anything that we would actually have to spend on there is going to come before us again?
No.
No?
You're approving amendments in the budget. These will change the budget by either up or down by what your action is. Pursuant to our codes, the adopted policies for purchasing, whatever has to come here still has to come here for your actions. So if it's a capital thing, like it's in excess of $25,000, it needs to come here, like a vehicle would need to come here for your approval.
Is that what, is it 25,000? I'm sorry,
It's
Scott, I
either
don't know
20 or
off the top of my
25, I don't have it with me.
It is 25,000.
Yes, $25,001, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
City Attorney.
Just wanted to clarify, in response to your question, some of the things that I heard her say were approving things that had already been expended, and so I just wanted to make sure that you remember that as well, in direct answer to your question.
No.
Vineyard.
Not that I like the bottom line, but yes.
Creighton.
No.
Raymond.
No.
Price.
I don't like the bottom line either, but yes.
Motion fails.
So, Mayor, we do obviously have to make adjustments in the budget, so what I would respectfully ask is if there's some changes that the council wants to make, let's get those changes out, try to amend this tonight, because we do have to make adjustments in the budget to cover, in many cases, expenses that have already been incurred that we didn't have enough money for.
Mr. Creighton?
Luke Wender, what city manager just said, those expenses that we need to cover, do you have that list tonight? Well, we already spent.
No, these are the adjustments for next 6 months. So,
Right,
I mean, we are projecting, say, for example,
Yeah, so
So
what
for-
what I'm referring to is, I'll give you a perfectly good example. We have a fence for security for the police department that was
Right.
funds already expended that was never in the budget. The money's already been spent. It has to be adjusted one way or another. And also, I mean, I'm sorry, we have areas of overtime. We basically spent the whole year allotment in 6 months. There will be no way we won't have overtime going forward for the next 6 months.
So what I'm asking then is, it's not just a big fat no over everything. I think the no that I'm focusing on that I don't like is I'll go back to, I'll just point out what I don't like. Measure H, huge problem with that. But we'll go in order, don't go to Measure H yet. The police department. Additional $12,000 for uniform and clothing. Stuff, those all add up. That's $12,000, right? Correct?
right,
Okay. Overtime, 90,000. That's projected, so we need to, we need to tune that up. We need to get, you're down 2 guys, we need to narrow that scope. And then the tow yard, sounds like the 40,000 is what we gotta pay for the fence that we already put in. There's some other stuff out there, Patrick, right, that we've already installed. We haven't paid those people yet, right?
The only thing that's gone up so far is just the posts for the fence. They're in the process of putting the chain link around it. I think there's a couple of automatic gates that need to be put in. But then, I don't know the total cost of that because I haven't seen the estimate, but there's also security increases that need to be done as well to the area out there. I think that's what encompasses
So
the
what Scott,
total 40.
what Scott's saying is I just don't want to not pay the vendors that did their work. They need to be paid. Keep those guys, keep the community square on that. But the $205,000 in Measure H, we can take that out and figure a better way to approach that and get a hard number on that and see what we're we're talking about. Again, LaQuinder, that 3.5 million less the capital projects, what are we totally looking at? Because you told Mr. Vineyard 10% reserves what we're going to end up with in general fund, and that's really all we can discuss about $10,000 reserve. We don't want to do the 10,000 reserve general fund, even though the Measure H I'm talking about has nothing to do with that. I still want to take that out and have a little more discussion with the mayor and the council on Measure H so we don't go insolvent. But that 10% is not acceptable for the general fund. That's where we need to focus at tonight to get this thing where Scott needs it. Follow me on that, Scott? Okay, I'm gonna let Scott take over from there.
What I wanted to ask also, when we're talking about overtime with respect to the police department, it's kind of a double-edged sword. If you had a patrolman out there that was a new hire or whatever, it would be expended that way, but being as though we don't, we expend it on overtime. Is that not correct? It's
That's correct.
It's a damn if you do, damn if you don't situation is the way I look at it.
That's correct on. If you don't have a body, you still have to have minimum staffing. And also with the uniforms, that's part of our MOU agreement with the city for uniform. They provide the safety equipment, which is the equipment we're provided with the uniform and boots. So that is some of the costs that we're talking about. Part of that, the rising cost was the boots. Before we didn't have boots provided to us in our contract, but we're allowed a certain dollar
We
amount.
just updated the MOU this fiscal year, Gina. So okay, those are the points, and we're not going to not honor what we're obligated to, so don't worry about that, but those are the things, Chief, that we need to make sure that we're on top of. You know, those obligations weren't in the budget, so now those are being thrown in here, right? Is that what you're saying? So this is extremely complicated. I don't know that we're going to be able to muscle through this thing tonight. I think we need to give Scott direction. Well,
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor? So maybe what we could do to kind of shortcut this is, we have concerns about the expenditures for the tow yard. You have concerns about the $205,000 for Measure H. Now, are you satisfied with the overtime?
Yes.
Explanation, so we're going to take that out. And then the uniform and clothing, are you satisfied with that?
Yeah, I think the focus I'm looking at are the general fund expenditures, the $10,000 reserve that Mr. Vineyard pointed out. Where we're going to be able to move that
So
needle on that at all?
I want to make sure that I'm understanding. So what LaQuinder, correct me if I'm wrong. If we make these adjustments to the budget as proposed here, with respect to the general fund, it is projected that at the end of this fiscal year, there will be $10,000 surplus.
Correct.
Okay, and so what your concern is, you want to increase that. And so one of the things you want to do is look at whether or not there can be adjustments made to the requests for additional increases for the tow yard and adjustments for these additional increases for Measure H. Is that right?
Correct, because
Okay.
we only have a few months, and that $10,000.
Sure.
I mean, we're blown, you know.
Hey, I will say it's up from $1,000 a couple of years ago, so we're moving in the right direction. But I hear what you're saying. So I think what you could do, at least to allow everything else to go forward, is you could, if this is what is your pleasure, make a motion to approve the adjustments to the budget with the exception of the tow yard and Measure H adjustments, and then ask staff to re-examine those two kind of line items or two areas and bring back either a better explanation to justify those numbers or an adjustment if adjustments can be made and they can report back to you. So everything else could move forward if you were okay with everything
Okay,
else.
one more question for the chief real quick. We already have the sidearms and all that right now. We're not, if we don't do the weapons things tonight, we can put that to the 17-18 year budget. Is anything great?
That projection that you were given was based on
December.
the quote at the end of December of 2016. So I can't guarantee that that might not go up.
No, I understand what you're saying on that, but I don't want to create any harm or situation for PD if we don't approve a new purchase of the firearm and weapons and still have it planned for that in 17-18 to move forward. But this is a mid-year adjustment, and we want to try to keep Measure H as full as possible as long as we can, so we can close out Measure H before we ask for it to be extended or the voters vote it down, whatever they want to do with it. We need to try to end up flush with that. So could that wait till July for the 17-18 year budget?
Well, are you asking me to, the trouble with the weapons are, we're having weapons that are coming up on close to 20,000 rounds through them over this 12-year period. We have clips that are cracking, and I would hate to have a weapon malfunction in a very serious situation. I mean, as much as I would like to cut something, I'd rather cut a vehicle than cut a weapon from an officer.
But like the clips, we could buy extra clips clips just go.
We bought some already.
I'm just trying to get a few more months. You still get the same thing in the end game. You're still going to get what you want, but.
Yes, I mean, we could wait a while longer, but what was your time period on what you were asking for?
The 17-18 year budget, which is this.
Yes, yes, we can.
So, to follow the attorney's lead on that, and if that's just mine, and I'm done asking questions.
Mr. Vineyard.
Yeah, I just want to kind of surmise the 205,000. I believe it was last council meeting, the chief and the sergeant came to us asking for 2 vehicles because there's 3 vehicles that are now wrecked. And so they're trying to get new vehicles on. And this council said, heck with 2, get 3 at a cost of about 50,000 each. So if you're asking to hold that off now, how's that going to affect the fleet? Because I know they use some of the older vehicles and they're getting up there, and that's probably why the cost is so much at maintenance, is because vehicles are in the shop a lot, the older ones. So I do know that. So how's that going to affect your fleet if you don't get those 3 vehicles?
Well, the thing of it is, I do have some older vehicles that we've been keeping in. I do have older vehicles that we've been keeping in fleet now. That's the problem when you drive vehicles 24/7, 365. That's another unpredictable. You don't know when the accident's going to be or what's going to happen. So you have to keep your older vehicles in reserve at all time. Whether I get 1 vehicle or 2 vehicles or 3 vehicles, it's not going to change what I keep in reserve. I have to have them there. I run special operations like certain traffic things where I'm not going to let them take my regular patrol vehicle. So I really don't have a choice. And I have to predict for the unpredictable, which is always look at worst case scenario, that somebody's going to crash vehicles sometime throughout the year. So I have to have vehicles in reserve.
Mr. Raymond.
I don't think it can get any more clear. We have a spending problem. We're at DEFCON 5, all hands on deck, and we want to just keep spending more money. But I have a question for LaQuinder. What is the plan going forward? As our financial expert, I've asked this before, usually every year about this time. Is it possible to get to a balanced budget? Do you have a plan to get to a balanced budget?
We do have a balanced budget every year, but then, of course, we do have a deficit of 2.8 million audited numbers end of last fiscal year. But to operate or keep up with all our operations, we have to spend money. And these are the mid-year adjustments because when originally we did the budget, obviously those projections were off. Some of them are down, some of them are up. So that's why we adjust those at mid-year. But our budget is still balanced with $10,000 surplus only Originally, it was $73,000. We do have to adjust some of the accounts, like all the expenditures which already happened. We have no choice about those. For example, if for part-time salaries, we are not increasing that means we have to let those people go, because they're not going to get paid if we don't have money in that budget, that account. So if we want to keep the people, then we have to pay them, so it's going to be an expense. So you have to decide.
You know, I understand how basic economics works.
Right.
What I'm looking for is what is the plan going forward to get out of this mess? I mean, we have an ordinance on the books, I believe, with a 20% set aside, and we're not meeting that, by any stretch of the imagination. So how do we get to that point? I know the city manager had mentioned maybe starting at 10% and trying to work our way backwards to make it work. I mean, do we have anything?
We did a cut of 5% originally when we did the budget for this year, if you remember. We're trying our best to stay in the budget so that way we don't spend more than what we brings in. But that's why we did that workshop, to come up with all these different ideas so we can work on those to save more money or bring in more money or cash flow at least, so we can have a better balanced budget. But it's not going to happen overnight, so it's taking time. Of course, like past 2-3 years, we've been having a surplus end of the year, which is just because we are watching our expenditures closely. And we are doing everything what we can in our power, but then all the expenditures, they're just there. To keep operating, we have to have this cost. So, but I mean, if you have few line items which you feel concerned about, you can pull those over, but then, of course, the expenditures which already happened, we have to pay for those.
Correct. And I mean, there's a whole other thing. We don't know exactly what all we have, to cover in this. So that's it.
Ms. Vierra?
Yes, this is for Chief Wisdom. Talking about the weapons, and I know you said, well, I'd rather have weapons than vehicles. Obviously, we need both, but I think at the last meeting, we had done you'd done a presentation, and we had got quotes for weapons so that you would have a reserve. Maybe there's a way we can say, is it possible to purchase part of the weapons? And I don't mean clips and bolts, I'm saying, so we have some weapons that are coming up on, I know you said how many rounds? 20,000 rounds. So take those out first and replace the biggest potholes, instead of saying, okay, the best case scenario would be to buy 40 weapons, that way everybody has a new weapon, and then we have some in reserve. But if we can't do that, what would be the most acceptable plan B for you?
Well, the problem with that is, and I'll get with my firearms instructors, but obviously the more you order, the better deal you're going to get from the firearms dealer. I mean, we can look at that and see, but again, the more you order, the cheaper they're going to get you on the break that you're going to get. So,
And does this price that we have include any kind of buyback of our old weapons, or what is happening? Because from my understanding, the weapons we have are very high quality weapons. So obviously, when we bought those, we did very well. Is the person or the company that we're buying the weapons from purchasing our weapons back? Or what is happening to that
I have
current
my firearms instructor looking at it now. That's what I want to know. I want to know, what are we going to get on a buyback for the weapons we have? Obviously, that could help reduce the cost.
Okay. So my suggestion would be to go with what council has suggested, and maybe before the next meeting, or even if we had to have a special meeting in the meantime, we can get some better numbers about the weapons. Because as much as we're broke, I do agree that you've got to have a weapon that is reliable. And we know we need vehicles that are reliable. I don't know. I don't remember what Jim does about saying, let's buy 3. I think Mayor joked about it at one point, but I definitely think that we're overshooting the budget there. So my point is with Measure H to be really, really careful with it and spend what we have to have. And in a perfect world, I would love to say, Chief, go shopping. You know where my heart is. You know I want to do that. But on the other hand, we have an obligation to try to squeak through
Well,
with
it's just
it.
like the study we did on the vehicles. We did the study on the 9mm and the 45. The cost difference, I think it was $600 and something between the two weapons. The vehicles, we
Correct.
did the cost analysis too. And like I said, the figures that Sergeant Noveski did on the vehicles were laid out. Obviously, that's not our decision.
Sure.
We'll make work with whatever you give us, whether you give us Tahoes or Dodges or 1 or 2 or 3. It's my job then to make it work. Our job is just to present the numbers and the facts to you. And obviously,
Absolutely.
it's up to you folks.
Yeah. That's a tough decision because I know we have to take the safety of our officers at hand. One more question on the weapons, and I don't shoot a gun. I don't know much about them. I see them in the house. That's about it. But the 2 weapons we have do any of them? So we have right now. Is it a 45?
Right now, we carry the Heckler and Koch 45.
Okay.
correct.
So what do we have as far as ammunition? Do we have a lot of ammunition to go with that? And do we have to buy all new ammunition with new guns as well? Or will the ammunition we have fit in the new guns we're buying?
I asked that question of our firearms people, and what we have right now in practice ammo is approximately 5,400 rounds, is what he told me. But we'll use up approximately 4,500 of that through the perishable skills that are required throughout the rest of the year. We have approximately between 8,000 and 8,500 of duty ammo. Now, he's checking into Merced PD, who has 9mm, and what they did. I believe originally that they had to buy the first set of ammunition, then there was a buyback on their ammunition after that. But there is a cost difference in savings on the 9mm per box. If the average customer were to go over the counter and buy it, there's a $10 difference between the 9mm and the 45, and the 9mm obviously being cheaper.
Cheaper. Okay.
Okay. Let me just make a quick comment. I assure you that I was not joking about 3 vehicles. That was not in jest at all. I think that 3 vehicles is absolutely where the cops need to be. Obviously, that might change, but whether it's Tahoe, whether it's the Dodge, I don't care. But I've seen those vehicles. I've ridden in them, and we've got a couple of that are wrecked, and to not provide something is that'd be very short-sighted of us here. And the reason I mentioned the Tahoe, and I know that it comes at an extra cost, but I was looking at it from the standpoint of durability and how it stands up maintenance-wise. The Charger, the only thing I heard bad about that is that the trunk is kind of small.
Well, if you look at the Taurus, and if you haven't, I'll be glad to show each one of you. And I think you're going to be shocked of how small the room is in the back of one of those Tauruses.
Yeah.
Like I said, a week ago, we had a gentleman, 6'2", 220, who was struggling with our officers, and we couldn't get him in there. So
Yeah.
we had to call the SUV to get him in there because there was no way. Now, look, even if you get a compliant person, they're going to have to go in sideways. And
Yeah.
I'd be glad to show you what the room in the back of one of those looked like.
No, that was my first concern. First time I saw them was, what are you going to put small kids back there? Is that?
Well, I
is
don't
that-
think the Chargers are much better. I've been in the back seat of one. And,
Correct, Cindy, that's the issue.
I
that-
don't,
that
and the
Sergeant
visibility
Noveski-
is a definite safety issue.
The Sergeant
in that car.
Noveski looked at, they're not much different.
And you
here's the-
can't see.
Yeah.
It's a safety issue in that car.
Exactly. So, like I said, we're just trying to present it all out there. Obviously, you folks will make the decision,
Sure.
and then it's my job just to make it work.
Right. Chief Pimentel?
I'm a creature of old habits, so I didn't want to be yelling from the other side, so I figured I'd just walk up here. Mayor, council members, just on the fire side, I know we're talking about, how to cut costs and stuff like that. This is a vehicle that we talk about that fire needs. We don't have, I'm currently driving a county vehicle. County has given us a command vehicle to utilize for the last couple months. And so at some point, the city will have to provide some type of apparatus or vehicle, command vehicle for us to operate and do services that is need to be done in the city and therefore. So just to make sure that, you know, we want to do what we can, you know, save as much money as we can, but at the same time we have to provide a service. So with that being said, that the vehicles, I know that PD is looking at the Tahoe as well. I have to agree with them. The Tahoe is a more durable vehicle. I'd have to mirror what the mayor said. This is a vehicle that would hopefully last through a lot more durability, being driven every day, being available for responses throughout the city. So again, I know mechanics, we were talking about that issue there too. It's maybe vehicles that they're more familiar with that they can work on, make it a little bit easier for them to get around inside those vehicles as well. But I just want to let you know that it's something that I know you guys have a hard decision tonight to make. I just want to let you know that the county is subsidizing and trying to help out as much as possible with allowing us to utilize the vehicle, but at some point they're going to need their vehicle back. So I just want to make sure you guys knew where fire was coming from. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. McBride.
Mayor, Council, I don't want to put any pressure on you. I know that this is a lot to take in. We've got a lot of issues, but from a staff perspective, we really want to wrap this up to the best extent that we can, because we need to start working on your next year's budget, and that starts where this ends. And so we kind of need to know what we're going to spend this year or not. There's absolutely no reason that we can put things off. There's not a problem. If you want to put some things off to the next budget year, that's absolutely fine. If you even want to take things off now and we can come back, I wouldn't say a special meeting, but at one of the next regular meetings, that's perfectly fine. But I like to get the bulk of this. If it's 95% or 99%, let's get that forward. The ones that you don't want to take action on tonight, let's set them off to the side and deal with them separately down the road. It's just going to free up time that we have. We've got a lot of work to do. You know, to get back to Councilmember Raymond's question about what's the plan, we need to get the plan together, and that's a whole lot of work. And the longer we work on mid-year updates, the less time we're going to work on the plan, and we need to be focusing more on the plan and less on the mid-year. I really believe that that's where the focus needs to be, on how we're going to save money, make money. Important decisions have to come up, and it takes a lot of time to do that.
So can then we make a motion to approve this tonight with the exception of the expenditures to the tow yard and Measure H to be brought forward at the next meeting, and the decision on those two items would be made at the next meeting?
I would say in Measure H, I would pick the ones that you don't want to deal with right now. I would be very specific. The other ones we really need to move forward with right now. If it's the firearms, you want to wait till, that's fine. I don't think there's an issue to wait till March, and if we want to deal with it in March, we could do it about.
Well, and I'm not even saying March, I'm saying
June, 17, 18.
well, we're waiting to find out about buyback. From what I understand, we have very nice weapons. We might get a great buyback, or the officers buying them back, or what is that final number going to be? And then I think we need a little bit more information about the vehicles. So if we could put off the firearms and the vehicles just till the next meeting so we can get some more information, and then
just keep in mind,
the tow yard.
the time we work on the agenda for the next meeting is basically tomorrow. We have this week and that's
So,
it. And so it just doesn't happen that quickly.
The second meeting of March?
We could shoot for March, maybe even the first meeting, which I think is the 13th. But
Okay,
if not, then the last one
the first
for
meeting
sure.
of March. I don't want to put it off any longer than we have to.
What are we putting off till first meeting in March?
Councilmember Vierra is talking about moving the firearms and the vehicles to the meeting in March.
And the tow
And the
yard.
tow yard.
Yes, it is a motion.
Second.
What are we putting off on the tow yard?
You're going to finish paying for everything, from what I understand.
Right, but we've already, from what, Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, are those, is that one of those expenditures we've already contracted to do? We're obligated to it right now?
The price is, the price for the fencing may have changed. It's between $25,000, $28,000, something like that. That's the extent of it. The other expenses were for the security system and for some materials and prep work for the surface itself. So I would suggest on that one, the people are already doing the work. They're already doing the work.
I guess that's my point. You know, so what are we bringing it back to do? To approve it or what? Because wait a minute. My understanding was we've already approved this. We approved it last year, but due to certain weather conditions and what have you, it hasn't moved forward. So what are we doing now? Are we going to approve, disapprove? I'm just, where are we going with it, with relationship to the tow yard? Because in my mind, we've already set the wheels in motion to make that happen.
Mayor, you're correct, except that what didn't happen is what should have happened, which is a budget amendment should have happened for the expenditure of the funds to do the job, and it didn't happen. So at some point, that's got to be corrected, and that's kind of where we are tonight. We're trying to get it done in the mid-year. We could do it separately as its own item.
Right.
I don't know if the invoice for the fencing work will be done by March. My guess is it very well could be. It's not going to be a long job. It's a few days job.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
Then I would like to withdraw my motion and motion that we simply do some more investigation for the police vehicles and the police weapons, so we can have a tighter number on that, and make sure we get numbers for fire, so we have a nice tight number on that.
So let me understand this, that this is a motion to approve mid-year adjustments with the exception of Measure H equipment, which includes firearms and vehicles, to be reassessed at the first meeting in March.
Correct.
okay.
That's fine, I'm good with that modification.
Okay.
Yes, I had a second, so I'm good with that modification.
Actually, who had the first? I missed that. You had the first, okay?
I did it.
So, we're good.
Call for the question.
Vineyard,
Yes.
Creighton,
Yes.
Raymond,
Yes.
Vierra,
Yes.
Price.
No.
Motion passes. Next item, verbal update regarding CalPERS refinancing.
I'm not going to spend a great amount of time on this. I was much fresher earlier in the night. I knew a lot more about CalPERS earlier than I do at this point. I just wanted to let you know that we did have a conversation with CalPERS about a couple of issues, one of them being the Fresh Start program. I can tell you from our discussion, it doesn't look like it's going to be a viable option for us. That's kind of where we are now, but we do have some input from NHA, the municipal advisors that were here to talk about the CalPERS refinancing. We're going to be updating our pro formas, our models, the things we worked on at the workshop on January 5th to kind of look to see how those look today. The one big helpful piece of information they gave us, none of us are going to like, and that is that they suggested that we start looking at 30% CalPERS increases in the future. That's how much the increase is going to be. And so as bad as that is, it's something that we're going to start looking at. And I can just tell you from factoring that in, those models we looked at on the 5th are going to change dramatically. You're probably not going to have a model where we're going to have a general fund positive balance in 5 years. It probably won't be that case at this point. But again, to move forward on the refinance, we do need to get the budget updated. That's the key. Not the budget, I'm sorry, the annual audit. We need to have the annual audit done, which should be done this week. This is a helpful start tonight. We had to kind of set in place where we are for mid-year so we can update the projections and provide those to NHA so they can take the story about where we are and what we're dealing with forward to the marketplace. They've given us advice about what they think the ranges will be, which we're working with, but that's kind of where things are right now.
Questions, comments for Mr. McBride? Okay. 16.
City Council matters, verbal report regarding H.R.23, the Gaining Responsibility on Water Act of 2017.
Mr. Raymond.
This is pretty short and sweet. Congressman David Valadeo, his district director, reached out to Supervisor McDaniel and I, looking to see if the city council and the county would be willing to support this House resolution. In it, it calls for Bay Delta improvements, which restores water deliveries to the Central Valley. It works with expanding infrastructure and makes it easier, makes it more of a one-stop shop, so you don't have to fight with the state, fight with the feds. You can just do it all at one place, and you don't have to. If you have a CEQA, you don't have to get the NEPA. There's different things, so there's not overlapping. It just is kind of to expedite the process of expanding our infrastructure that we have and increasing storage capacity. So that's pretty much all there is to it.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, and protecting water rights. It's a big one coming.
Huge one coming. Okay, so it doesn't say here that this is an action item, but I have a letter here in front of me for my signature, so, yeah, I don't see where it was marked that, but yes, it is an action item, so.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I've never seen anything so fast.
Yeah.
Jim, first, second.
We got you.
Call for the question.
Keep up.
Raymond.
Yes.
Creighton.
Yes.
Vierra.
Yes.
Vineyard.
Yes.
Price.
Yes.
Motion passes. Number 17, verbal update regarding developer impact fee deferral.
So we were asked to look into this issue, if we could defer development impact fees to a final permit. Just to kind of refresh the council, I think you're very aware, but you got to have two components to your building fees. You have the permit fees, which are for services we provide for the inspections, and then you have your developer impact fees, which are basically your sewer connections, water connection, regional transportation, public buildings, park fees, those types of things. Previously, we had a program where a builder had the choice to either take a discount or defer the impact fees to final. So we had some experience doing this. We did some research. There's nothing that we could find internally on our local codes with regard to our AB 1600 that talks about when the fees are actually due and payable. And working with the city attorney's office, they did find a government code section that actually allows for deferral to final occupancy. So at this point, we don't see any obstacles that I'm aware of that would prohibit us from doing this. So the question is, well, what's the benefit? Well, it's a cash flow benefit. If a builder can put off basically a $16,000 to $17,000 expense to the end of the project where they're very close to having money coming in, it's a cash flow benefit to them. We have 130 applications we received for new building permits in the last 2 weeks of December. Those are sitting there pending, and I do believe if we're able to take action and move forward with this to implement it, several of those will start coming where they're going to actually apply for them. So right now we're getting a little bit over $2,000 per permit. That's based upon the cost to provide the services. So I think we're going to see a significant increase in the activity. So that would be very helpful to us. The other thing to keep in mind too on the impact fees is this is not specific to single-family home development. This is across the board, all types of development. So this could also help for commercial development, industrial, anything that's out there. And in those cases, the fees are typically much higher, so deferring them does help with cash flow quite a bit. For example, you've already approved a 3-story motel on Green Sands. It's been approved in the books. I'll be happy to remind them or let them know that this is going forward. It could be an impetus to get them to move forward, knowing that they can defer quite a bit to the end of the construction project. So no action. It looks like we're able to do this. If you have any questions, please let myself know or Stacy.
Okay, Ms. Vierra.
I just want clarification, and I'm actually the one that brought this forward, so thank you for your research, Scott. We're not approving any more fee waivers. This is just a deferment, so we're not giving any more. From my understanding, we've made a commitment thus far for this still to continue the $3,000 discount we gave. How much longer do we have on that? And I'm just clarifying, this in no way moves that. No, it's not gone.
We are deferring this. We're not doing anything.
Okay.
To change the fees, again, requires an ordinance, which you're not doing.
Okay,
and that was
perfect.
the discount before was by ordinance.
Okay.
The builders in town are not getting a discount, except that the city council approved for Blue Mountain Communities to get a discount on their fees until they finish up their last project, which is the Stone Creek subdivision.
Mr. Vineyard.
Yeah, just kind of, because we've kind of seen this homes built, not occupied for numerous months. So I understand it takes about 3 months to build a home. Of most of the permits, do we know whether those are already sold? Or, okay, so where it could be 3 months down the road, 4 months down the road, we see the cash, but it also could be a year, year and a half down the road. in
The
some
one
cases.
thing to keep in mind is that you're not expending anything on the services connected to the impact fees. You're going to collect money for the permit fees to do the inspections, but no one's flushing, no one's turning on the water, so to speak. So yes, that there could be, you could have a lag, you would probably have a lag. There could be some times where someone starts something and doesn't finish it. At that point, we can step in and do a lien on the property. There are things that can come up because of this.
And
Is there risks? There are, but they seem minimal compared to, I think, encouraging the development to go
Is the
forward.
deferment, that's what, about 16,000? Is that what?
Yes, on a single-family residential, yeah.
I understand what you're doing. I mean, I would still kind of like to see some more money and still try to provide them with a deferment. I do believe in trying to promote the growth a little bit, but we're cash strapped.
Yeah.
And no guarantees, when those homes, buildings, whatever, will be occupied. I would like a little more up front myself.
The one thing to keep in mind is that the permit fees come into the general fund.
Right.
The impact fees go into sewer, water, parks, impact fees. They go to other funds that are not general funds. So technically, they're not there for operations or cash flow. They're there for specific projects, capital needs.
Correct.
So it won't necessarily help the city's general fund issue. Getting the permits pulled will help the permit fees, will help the general fund, and this tool, I think, can help accomplish that. It'll allow people to look, the cash flow will help them out. So I think it can help the general fund, but not from the amount we receive. It's from the building permits getting issued earlier rather than later.
Right, but I'm still looking at, we have a water fund that's in debt. Park and Rec is hurting. Even though the money doesn't come out of doesn't go to the general fund, there are still portions of the city that it does support. So, again, I would like a bigger bite of the pie as an incentive to not abandon projects, or, not necessarily that that's going to happen, and it still in turn gives the builders, their incentive to build.
So the one thing that I would have to do some work with the attorney's office is, this is provided for because it's not explicit in your code, and it's already established in the government code that we can do this. To give you an idea, let's say we wanted to get a quarter of the revenue up front, then I think we'd have to probably set forth some type of a process, perhaps an ordinance to do that. This just allows for deferral. It doesn't talk about partial payment, anything like that. To do an ordinance, we're looking at about 3 months from start to finish.
Okay, thank you.
What's the council's pleasure?
Oh,
What you want to do?
I want to approve it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I make a motion that we move forward with this.
Is there a second?
Confirming it's the deferral program?
Correct.
Yeah, I'll
Developer
second.
impact fee. Second.
Yeah.
Okay. Call for the question.
Creighton.
Yes.
Vierra.
Yes.
Vineyard.
Yes.
Raymond.
Yes.
Price.
Yes.
Motion passes. City council comments.
Boy, we've made some tonight, haven't we? Mr. Raymond.
Well, it's so late, I forgot most of it, but today is my daughter's birthday, and so there's no place I'd rather be than down here at City Hall since 3:45. But happy birthday, Sarah.
Ms. Vierra.
No comments other than I'm hungry and I'm ready to go home.
Mr. Vineyard.
For those who may still be up, March 18th is the city cleanup day. It's free for anyone in the city. More information will be coming out in the newsletter. Also, I'd like to request that we get the water well report in the calendar for every month. consent calendar for every month.
Okay. Mr. Creighton?
Nothing.
Okay. The only thing I wanted to bring up was the folks at the Alzheimer's fundraising folks. Kathy Foster in particular, I was invited over to a luncheon with Mayor Mike Murphy from Merced and others. And this is a big deal. So they have a website here locally. Please go to it and check it out. There's going to be a walk here coming up the next couple of months. They're looking for volunteers, corporate sponsors, what have you. And it sounds like a very, very worthy cause. So if you know anybody that's had Alzheimer's, it's a big deal. And lastly, I wanted to also bring up about this whole thing with the rain and how it's affecting all of, everybody. Oroville, now Shasta, I've seen tonight, is also dumping water big time, just like Oroville is. But it reminded me here a couple weeks ago where I was in a briefing by a gentleman by the name of David Afwando. He is a survival type guy. He worked with FEMA and Homeland Security and still does do that work. And he gave a briefing on survival stuff. And when I saw these 180, 200,000 people told to evacuate immediately out of Oroville, it made me think of those things, that even here in Atwater, and I'm not saying, we're subject to a dam break or something like that, but if we have to evacuate, just exactly what you have to have, and they refer to it as a go bag. You put clothes, food, water, cash, because where you go, you may not be able to use the plastic, so prescription medications, all the things that you would need to exist over the next week and a half to 2 weeks. Very important, and I'm sure there's 200,000 people that split out of the Oroville area up there, and I'm sure a lot of them left a lot of stuff behind, and they're all sitting there thinking, what am I going to do now? So think about those things. Sign up with the reverse 911 at the county where they can notify you in case of emergencies.
You do it on cell phone too?
You can do it on cell phone. You can do it on your email, text messaging, everything. It's on the county website. It's the reverse 911 emergency notification. It's something that you may want to do. And that's all I pretty much have. Mr. Raymond, you have something real quick?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you have the website that you were talking about
For
the Alzheimer's.
Oh, I don't have the exact one here. I didn't have that information in front. I just won. But Kathy Foster is in charge of that, and I can get you that information. Mr. Vineyard.
Do we need to make official the announcement for the gentleman that was successful in the interview process today for the CDRC?
Yes. Back in the corner, as always, Mr. Fred Warshall is now our new CDRC representative. So welcome back, Fred. Okay. Is there anybody else have any comments, questions? Thank you all for being so patient here tonight. Thank you at home for watching. Stay involved. Thank you for joining us. This meeting is adjourned.
I worked overtime today. Bill's in the